Welcome back. Welcome back. What's going on, Alex? Come on in. Come on in. Told you that wouldn't take long.
A few moments later.
Shazam!
It's about to pour right now. Nah, so far the squiggle. If I could find where is the squiggle? Hold on, I gotta find the squiggle. It's here somewhere. No, maybe I deleted the squiggle. But yeah, we're not there yet. Right? Squiggle was up to support resistance. The squiggle also did call for a bit of a bigger dip into this, so it's not necessarily on point right now. But we sat here forever, bro. Like we literally just sat in this thing waiting for somebody to make a move that never made a move. Now we don't know what to do. Nah, we're good, man. Bottom of the range, top of the range, yo. Nobody wanted to come back into this visible range though, including me. Nah, I'm still trading into that though. That's still my running thesis is a green July still. But like I said, because of that close yesterday, we're gonna need a couple days to make sure that this plays out. This could go left quick. Look at our candle. Right? It wasn't perfect. We didn't get the exact bullish close that we wanted. But that's not a bad that's not a bad reaction so far for July's monthly. Literally only a couple hours in, right? It's too early. Monthly candles. You know how we talk about when the daily candle comes in, you don't want to trade the first hour. Like a monthly candle, the first day or two, you just gotta let it rock. But I would be quite happy with a green July. Last chance to bubble up that dry powder, you know? Yeah, Eucris, I got shamed into hooking up the stream deck finally. I'm officially a streamer, y'all. This shit is just a fidget toy, bro. This is just for me to press buttons when I'm bored. I'll tell you what is cool though. I hooked up all my AI agents on the stream deck. So they're all just one push away. Air horn is cool. This is my favorite sound right now though. We got a lot of use.
There's no second best crypto asset. There's a crypto asset. It's called Bitcoin.
We hear you, Mike. Oh, and then the Undertaker bell is a must too.
We do not care.
Monthly doesn't have enough space left to pull off any patterns. It doesn't need it to go down though. Those are the bottom targets right there. Don't let anybody convince you that this is a head and shoulders and that price is going to zero, or you're going to miss your entry. There's only one pattern here that matters. And it's been the same pattern we've been playing since freaking we touched down. And even this doesn't get its full measured move. That's the last of the Mohicans right there. All right, let's see. Deviation play coming up or breakout. 800 EMA, I start lightening the load if volume doesn't pick up. It's hard to have a midweek reversal without a false move. We're trading by momentum. Literally just ranging, yo. Like, there's like no other way to look at it, right? You go like this and all the price action disappears. You've literally done nothing. Right? For the most part, that's where we live now. That is our home. We'll be all right. As long as boredom is okay with you. Hold on, let me get this call. Hello. All right, my bad. I'm back. Nah, this is crazy.
Two people are in custody.
Fellas, we need to talk because this shit is out of control. Anybody see this today? These two climbed up to the top of a skyscraper. This guy proposed to his girl and then climbed up to the top of the thing that hold up some banner. She's showing her ring. Like, y'all setting the bar way too high, y'all. We need to have a talk.
Well, the banner had a purpose. It said the power of, or
Yeah, they're
about,
protesting.
yeah, the power of love being greater than the love of power.
But I mean, come on, yo. Like, our girls are watching this shit, you know? Like, now I gotta risk my
I
life.
didn't know he was proposing, though. I just thought that they were making a political statement.
Nah, he proposed to her and everything up there. They dropped their own video, which was pretty cool. Look, it shows in the beginning of the video.
I was
Well
sharing
done.
something to X, and then I got sucked into the post.
Not gonna lie, her Catwoman mask, 10,000 aura points automatically. She's showing off her ring. New York is different. Social media is funny. They were showing that clip, and then all the girls in the comments were like, and he still cheats on her. Like, damn it. Can we not have one moment where love wins? Nah, some dudes are crazy, bro. That shit only ends one way, though. Unfortunately, there's so many people caught a bad one doing that stupid shit. Romantic is all
Kind of
hell, though.
inspiring stuff. Like, cool things that break all the rules still do happen.
Yep. That is an incredible use of free will.
I applaud them. I think that's really cool.
Chances of those two breaking up, real talk, very low. Just saying.
Yeah.
I'm
I
rooting
agree.
for that couple.
They have to be made for each other.
Like, good luck finding somebody else. Shit.
I do like how they made it a statement too.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
To think at that time I was probably reaching for some more covers because it's too cold.
It's not something that you would ever catch me doing.
Shit.
I'm terribly afraid of heights.
I'm not good with
I mean,
heights. I like to play with it. Like I'm not good with heights, but I like to scare myself a little bit. But yeah, not to that point. That's insane.
if I have to, I'll go on a 3-story ladder or whatever. I've done it. It's just no. Or you ever see those like that giant staircase?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's in the Himalayas or somewhere, but it's like, no. I see things all the time like that where you're just immediately like, no, it's never going to happen. There's some things that it's probably smart to not overcome. I think that a fear of heights is healthy. Bad things happen to people. I mean, I'd like to not be as afraid of heights as I am,
Hmm.
but at least I know I have it in me to push past it when I have to.
My bad, Joe. It was me. I had my overall volume a little low.
Could have been me.
Nah, it was mine for sure. Mine was almost all the way down. Excuse me.
Wait, I don't think my computer makes those noises.
Go, go, go. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'm back, y'all. Nah, Gloomy was right to delete it. It's 1000% incorrect. Guys got to get better and not falling for Twitter rumors. Just in case anybody else falls for it, the rumors that the Bank of Japan's holding an emergency meeting where they're going to announce the sale of $620 billion worth of U.S. stocks and ETFs is complete bullshit. They don't even have $620 billion worth of stocks and ETFs. There's no emergency meeting. The Bank of Japan is talking about selling 620 billion in Japanese domestic ETFs, which they've been holding through decades of quantitative easing and are in profit. And even if they did, the currency intervention mechanics are all wrong inside that rumor. Anything coming, any news coming to support the yen directly, any sort of, excuse me, big sells decisions like that don't come from the Bank of Japan. They come from Japan's Ministry of Finance, MOF. Point is, you don't have to know everything, but if you know a little bit, you'll know enough to know when something is bullshit. My guess is that somebody saw their shorts going in the wrong direction this morning and we're like, we need some FUD. I'm looking at 800 EMA on the 30-minute or SR flip at 62.8 is what I'm shooting for. We can establish ourselves above 60, then that green July is going to play out the way we wanted it to. That's a big if, though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have the. That sounds like fun. Citizen Broward.
Open mic feedback.
Yeah. Oh, probably will. I need some blood, though. I've been fucking grinding. I didn't even realize I ran. Okay. Cool. I appreciate it. Easy, bro. Hello? Okay, I won't order. Give us something to drink and wipe it down. Right. I'm back, y'all. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, yo. I just had to cook something up real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, yo. My bad. I had the nurse come through and calls. I got myself muted on Discord again. They're gonna kick me out of this Discord, bro, if I keep bullshitting. My bad, y'all. The open mic thing has been a issue lately. I tighten up. Ignore these trap longs, trap shorts. That time has come and passed. This is that deviation play that we were talking about. If it holds support and breaks the top, then you got to break out. If it comes back into the range, then you're looking at a mean inversion deviation play. Yeah, that was all mouse TA. I wasn't on them. I was just on the mic now. I was just doing some math. I wanted to see what the typical drawdowns were. And I wanted to see where we were in M2. So not only is the seasonality calling for a green July, right? But M2 is going up for the entire month of July as well, right? Not that that matters. We've seen it go up and not come into Bitcoin, not come into crypto. But when you add the seasonality of the month plus the available liquidity, it's like a feather in the hat for the bulls for some short-term ups. Let's go look at the book real quick. Top of the range. Still dealing with that order block. Like that 2.7K was too much to handle. It still created slippage. Right? But as bad as it could have been, I guess. Imagine you buy 80 Bitcoin at 608. It slips you to 613, and then everybody TPs on your head. It took a couple swings at this thing, though. Right? They've been trying to drop price since we got to the top of that range. And doesn't necessarily mean they're successful just yet. That whole order didn't fail. They spoofed it and still got clipped for like a couple hundred Bitcoin now. Yeah, we go to 70. You want to go to 70? I got you, bro. Hold on, we gotta. Give me a second. You want to go to 70? You just got to drop 2K on market wave. 2,000 Bitcoin laying around. You want to slam on market real quick? Or buy on market? We'll get there in one candle. I bet. If you could loosen some funds up. That same 1,000 Bitcoin only drops us to 57. So 57.5 or 70K with the same amount, just because of how the book is set up right now. This W, potential W that we're forming down here at these bottoms on higher time frames is going to be clutch. It's going to be the difference between if you already taken out the lows, right? So we have to rebuild structure. What happens on this W? Let's say this was the top for now. What happens in this fib range is going to determine if we get a relief rally or not for July. Let me turn this off. Right. We know that well, let me turn it back on actually. We know that the uptick is coming. Don't ever pay attention to GLI unless it's on the daily. It gets wonky on other time frames. Right, so we know that that uptrend is coming. Whether we catch that uptrend or not is going to depend on how we build structure here. Right, if the intent is to go up, then we'll put in a higher low. Right, we'll build the structure to bounce out and give us whatever highs we're going to get in July. Now, from June lows, right, to the bottom during the last one was 13%. Right, that brings us down to 50. The problem is the drop from July highs is 39%. So now we have to do some math. Right, we know our top target, well, my top target, 50 to 48, 52 to 50, let's say. My middle target, 46, 48, 44. My bottom target, 38 to high 40s. If this 50% looks like what you want, right? Because we had that drop from June, 13%. Technically, that would be 50. That would mean that your July highs would have to get to 83K. Everybody's volume good? You should be able to hear me on Discord now. Mic check, 1, 2. Try to reset, Cole. I'll give you a second to see if it pops back in for you. While we're doing that, let's see what the drop is from the other June lows. Because I only pulled one June low there. I just wanted to see something real quick. Where are we? Oh, we're too far back. July highs. All right. So from June lows, it's 44%. From July highs, it's almost 62%. I don't think we're going to get the type of highs that Like, I'm not worried about that specifically on this move. I think we're going to have more of this sort of play out where it's an inner bar, but lower. Right, this July, if we just take the month of July. Give me a second, yeah. We'll get back to the chart for a second. There's a method to my madness here. Let's see what the exact month of July gave us. Not from the lows in June, but %30. Even that, I think, is a bit high. I think we're lucky if we pull like 28, 25% out of this July. So the math is just off of TA, right? I would expect us to get to like reject off of 70, 71. To be half of this vector here. This is just by my math. Whatever your top target is, use it for this for this analysis. 50% of that vector, right? That puts us in our point of control for this range. That would give us for July, because we did put in a new low. That's another anomaly, right? Yesterday's candle, not putting that wick. I told you we would end up putting a new low in July. That hasn't happened. In the past 3 times that we got July runs, we didn't put in a new low in July. And we put in a new low in June and then just popped in July. But from that point to where I'm shooting is, yeah, about 20%, just underneath 20% run. If that's what we get. Right? There's a lot of ifs here, right? We're on the second order of if here. If that's what we get, then the average drawdown would take us to 42. If we go higher, right, say like 74, 75 or some shit, then that number changes to 44. To avoid the 40s, in my opinion, so you don't want a 4 in front of it, you want it to be that 50, then you're going to have to pump to 84. Right, so you see how the duration and the length of this pump is going to have an effect on our bottoms, time-wise and price-wise. Yeah, if we get a really short July, or even worse, a red July, then you know things are different. But I'm comfortable, right? Know where the stop loss has to be. Playing a monthly swing here. Right after our swing surfing class, perfect example of it. The trade that either is going to invalidate and create and finish the bearish, structure that we're in, or you caught the bottom of what should be a multi-week swing. But it's all going to come down to small time frames. It's all going to come down to this W. Right? When we retrace, do we hold? Do we hold with volume? Do we push away? If yes, then I think we're good for July. Right? If not, if we come down here, dun, dun, so this would be your entire right side. If we come down here and can't hold this SR flip that's sitting right at that golden pocket, then my thesis changes. Basically, what we're talking about is taking 60 and holding it, right? Taking 60, coming back, retesting, holding 59, and then pulling back into the 60s. For me, that invalidation would be around golden pocket. That's when I stop waiting for it. Right? And then that measured move, which I don't think would be the final measured move for this. It would just be the beginning, and it would fractal into another W and continue for a couple weeks. But that measured move takes us to 65. There's a decent psychological number. All right, future trip. Ready? Hold on, let me map it out. The speed, if we start to pop quick, that'll give me a bit of an idea that we could possibly go higher. The only other option for me above that level is half of this vector zone here. Give me a second. Right, that's half of the vector on the weekly, but on a daily, you got it? Yeah. And we got that half right there. And the difference between both of those is, for me, this would be a slow move. And this would be a fast move. Right. So for me, a couple things to watch over the next couple days. Our type 2. Right. When he come down, do we hold? Is there volume? Do we get aggressive buyers on the tape? Part 2, is it a slow breaking W or does it break quickly? Right. That avoids our bear flag. If it breaks quickly, do we fractal? Right. I would expect a fractal before the first measured move. At that point, if it breaks quickly, fractals, holds type 4, then we're looking at the possibility of that 72. If it comes up in here, bullshits, does that regular W, bear flag sort of thing, breaks out, dicks around for a while, then we're going to eat up too much time in July and we'll probably only get half of that first vector. If we come down and break, and turn this into resistance, all bets are off. Right? Could come down, hit the support, do a little. I'm not interested in that trade. That's not what I'm trading right now. Does it make sense? Everybody at least understand what I'm thinking? A lot of it's going to depend on speed. The speed's going to depend on volume, right? Basically, do people come in or not? Are people going to look at this low as an investable opportunity? And that's why yesterday was such a big deal. I can promise you one thing, and there's no way to prove it. So these are the best promises, right? Because either way, you can't prove it, disprove it. But I can promise you one thing. Had we closed above that bullish close, there'd be way more money in here right now. We'd be at like 65. What closing underneath this level did is it told macro investors to sit on the sidelines. Right? Which is cool. Not everybody's macro investors, but macro investors are the ones that are more likely to buy the bottom of a July candle and hold it for a whole month. Right? Instead of speculating back and forth on every red candle. So the price action is different. Right? When the macro guys are in and they're holding, and then everybody else is buying and selling and moving, it creates a floor that moves quickly, right? If there aren't any macro investors and it's just people speculating and they're buying every green candle, but they're selling every red candle, then it cuts down the speed of the play. And the longer you're sitting around trying to figure out what you want to do, the longer the bears have a chance to start drawing patterns and bear flags and head and shoulders. Yeah, I mean, they just didn't get what they needed to see. That the macro chart isn't healthy. Right? When you look at this macro chart, all you see is that price didn't hold. Right? Price broke support. Macro support. Yeah, it didn't take out the wicks, but that doesn't matter, right? On a weekly time frame, on a monthly time frame, what you want to pay attention to are bodies. Right? So it would have been nice to close above, right? Every other time we've done that. Look to the right over here. You see the support that July came down. I mean, that June candle came down and held. That's what we didn't do. So it doesn't take everybody out of the game, but it is going to pull the macro guys to the sideline. Now, will they jump in after a couple weeks if we get a type 2? And yeah, there'll be another opportunity. But as of right now, that's one pile of money that we don't have. So we're stuck with the degens and the speculators, which means try not to get married to any move up because these guys like to take profits. Oh, look, this is the classic you buy, no, you buy, no, you buy. You don't even have to look at the order book to know that there was a massive order sitting right there. And this dun-dun got taken advantage of. This is why you have to create distribution and accumulation ranges when you're a whale. This wouldn't have happened to him if he played it differently. Right? If you would have set a range, right, came up, sold some of your Bitcoin, took a short, let it pop down, buy a little bit back, sell more of your Bitcoin, take a short, let it come down, and your short, take profits, buy Bitcoin with your short profits, sell more Bitcoin, right? And you could have sold all of your position. And then finally at the end, you could have dipped up into some liquidations and just dropped the entire bag. It would look just like this, but nobody does this on purpose. Nobody's taking slippage from the 608 to 613 on purpose. Somebody screwed up there. And then you just let price go, right? And then at that point, you got an average exit somewhere in this range. Instead, he shoots the whole bag and basically got an average exit somewhere up here. Or an average, sorry, not exit, an average buy-in price. Could have slowly scaled it. My bad, I said it opposite. He wants to go up, right? Which means he would be buying the top, and then he would be buying the bottoms and then selling the top to keep price from going too high so that he could buy the bottoms again, instead of just slamming on market and getting wrecked. Well, the orders that were here were sell orders, right? This guy bought on market. He bought on market and just shot through the book. Remember we were talking about earlier, if somebody has like 2,000 Bitcoin, we get up to 70. Well, he shot from 608 to 613. What I think was like 90 Bitcoin, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. About 130. It is. One of the things that I had to learn is that big money is not always smart money. Big money is susceptible to the same shit that everybody else is. You know, somebody got in his ear. This is it. New money also has this issue. If you go to memes and you win a couple $1,000,000 and then you go to start trading, you're going to have some issues that you didn't encounter before. Like, what if this is the first time dude's ever thrown this much money into the market, right? But I doubt it. I'm just saying, right? New money tends to learn these lessons the hard way because they've never had to worry about slippage before. It's not always that they're dumb, right? It's that the majority of them are trading with somebody else's money. And you tend to make different decisions when, you know, it's asset under management instead of like your own funds. I would love to see the difference. Like, I would love for everything to be 1000% transparent where you could see the trades that hedge fund managers make for your account and then the trades that they make for themselves. Most do. You got to remember that ETFs, the majority of ETF buyers are just retail. right? So they tend to buy and sell emotionally just like everybody else does. But then there's that section of assets under management, right? That BlackRock actively manages. Those aren't going to move the same as retail buys and sells. But if you look at the ETF inflows and you just track them on the chart, you'll see that for the most part, BlackRock on whole buys the tops and sells the bottoms. It's not that they obviously know better, but you can't stop people from pressing that green or red button when they're freaking out. But as far as their assets under management, if you look at some of the BlackRock sales material when they first came out with IBIT, the materials that they send out to the people that they have under management, they spell it out really clearly. And it's actually a pretty good it's a pretty good 4-year cycle explanation. They're just like, Bob, look, it's just like oil. It's seasonal. We'll rotate. Don't worry about the volatility. I will tell you one thing that's worrying me. The only thing that I've seen this entire time that worries me about our October bottom. And it was today when I called my homeboy. They didn't really bring me something. He's like, what's going on? I'm not just looking at the charts. I'm like, Bitcoin's getting pretty close to the bottom. You gonna let it go this time? You're actually gonna get something? He's like, nah, I'm definitely gonna buy some. He said, the lows in October, right? I was like, damn. First red flag. This dude knows nothing about crypto. Like nothing, zero. I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to put that on the book as a be careful, watch out for. Only thing that makes me feel better about it is that my bottom date or targets haven't changed for a year. And I'm not about to let the fact that the world is now catching on to what was obvious to us in the beginning as a warning sign that I'm wrong. Take it more as a sign that finally people are seeing what should have been obvious. What does make me feel better is that the numbers are getting way lower too. As far as people's predictions anyways. I think what happened, you, Chris, is that somebody saw 2,700 Bitcoin sitting there and they thought this is a good opportunity for me to buy without any slippage. And then it got spoofed. And they sent them on a ride. Think about it. If you got a couple thousand Bitcoin to sell and there's a sell wall 2.7 above you, or you got a couple thousand Bitcoin that you want to buy for whatever reason at the highs, and there's a sell wall above you, then you feel comfortable that you can buy into that sell wall and not get any slippage. He took about 80 out of that sell wall and then the order moved. So it's like you're like tug of war and somebody let go of one side of the rope. Nah, they didn't buy all of it. He only got like I think it was like 17. Let me see. He only got like 170 Bitcoin off on that buy. It's just the book is really light to the top. Yeah. 30, 80, 67, and then it got spoofed. And then the rest of it he ate on slippage. Yeah, it got more expensive. His average ended up somewhere at like 61 too, basically, because of it. I wouldn't doubt that he jumped in on this dump too. Like I would dump that shit. I'm not sitting on all this coin. I didn't mean to buy this shit this high. As soon as I saw that slippage, I would have started dumping with everybody else. Well, it's both, right? Whenever somebody sells without slippage, somebody got to buy without slippage. Like it goes both ways. Maybe protecting shorts, right? A big scary 2.7K sell wall to keep people from trying to push. Yeah. It did its job for some time too. It was very effective until some jumped into it. Actually helped out more than just, at this point they got what they wanted, right? They've dropped price from that level. You'll see them close sometimes, Alessandro. The problem is it's not just one person per liquidation level. Everybody that took a trade at 100x at the same entry is going to have the same liquidation level. So you could get a bunch of people leave, right? But if everybody hasn't left, the line won't disappear. But you'll see them click on and off sometimes, especially the newer ones. But yeah, to answer your question, what you're seeing is the majority of people sit there on the tracks and just watch the train come and hit them. They just sit on their liquidation and watch it, which is insane to me. Like, sometimes I give people the benefit of the doubt and say maybe they're running hedges, right? Maybe that liquidation is just a hedge, and they're letting it get taken out because it's part of their strategy. But then part of me tells me now that they're just, unfortunately, you're just seeing retail do what retail does. Yeah, it's nuts sometimes, bro. I don't know if some people just get frozen in trades. Like something's happening, they can't figure it out. They don't want to do the wrong thing, so they just don't do anything at all. And they like leave it up to fate, you know what I mean? Like, well, we'll see how it plays out, sort of thing. That's the messed up part of it, Gringo. Most of them aren't, yeah. You hear it all the time. I ask people, what's your my stop loss? My stop loss is my liquidation level. Okay. You realize that Well, forget it. Like seatbelt. I put my seatbelt on after accidents. My seatbelt's on the other side of the windshield. Okay. I think the problem is that everybody tells horror stories of when they got stopped out and price went the other direction. So new people come in and that's all they hear. But nobody ever tells a story about how they got stopped out and price kept going down 50% and it saved them from losing their whole bag. Nobody ever tells that story, right? Like that stop loss story isn't sexy. Yeah, if you're getting liquidated and you're not losing more than 1% of your portfolio on that liquidation, but at the same time, you could have taken a tighter stop loss with a bigger size and still lost the same amount. I gotta upgrade that sizing calculator too to add the two-sided funding fee. I mean the two-sided maker taker. Need to get a whiteboard. That's what I should have got. Damn, I'm stupid. That's what I should have got during it doesn't matter, they're cheap anyways. Nah, anything's a good question, Thomas. If you're asking it for other people are thinking it, so I'm political and curious about crypto, but is Trump suddenly I don't know if it would affect. I mean, in a way, yes, only because we're not sure who comes next, and uncertainty is never good for the market. But not because of him particularly. Makes any sense, right? But we do have a crypto friendly president, whatever you might, agree or disagree with his values or motives, right? We have the crypto friendliest president that we've had. So a loss of that would probably add a little bit of uncertainty to the future, yeah. But no, Black Swan, like 50% drop on Bitcoin now. Remember too, Black Swans technically are events that are unpredictable. There's already been like 6 attempts and shit. At this point, I don't even know. I don't even know if it qualifies as a Black Swan. It's more like a Thursday. The one I'm waiting for is a Bitcoin treasury company unwinding. I think one of these treasury companies are going to catch a bad one and be forced to sell. 1010 was a Black Swan. Yeah. Liquidation events in general are not, but everything that had to happen at exactly the right time and exactly the right order for 1010 to play out the way it did was unpredictable. Bro, that shit was like a Final Destination movie. You know what I mean? Like, first the door didn't close and it opened a little bit and the water from the bathroom seeped out into the hallway and then it was a mess. The extent of it, though. It's the extent of it. Like I said, the liquidation event itself wasn't the black swan. The 90% drop across all alts within an hour was definitely unpredictable. Things had to go, like, you had to first, you'd have to predict that while it was starting, that Trump was going to come on and scare tariffs again. Then you'd have to predict that market makers would, that's probably the most predictable, is that market makers would remove their orders from the books. But the shutdowns at the bottom, the inability to buy back in, yeah, it was a mess. Well, you know what the thing is, that like the book the book on alts wasn't necessarily thin. The problem is that all the orders belong to market maker. One of the things that I saw on that day, and is why you don't hear me talk about alts right now. Like, I'll look up alts. You guys are looking at alts, something interesting, I'll look at it. But the reason that I haven't been talking about alts since 1010 is because the most obvious thing that happened on that day is that when market maker removed his books for safety out of the order books of the alts, there were no orders there. Meaning the only orders on the books were market makers, right? Which shows a total lack of interest, which explains why, alts gave back everything 3 times during that run. They could blame everybody that they want, but Binance's futures market maker caused the whole thing. Usually, if they had consolidated market makers like everybody else does, any of those issues that happened on Binance would have been absorbed by the rest of the market. But it didn't. And since it didn't, and that one market maker had to absorb everything on his own, then the stables depegged. Once the stables depegged, then you started getting just mass auto margin calls, and then it spread out to other exchanges. But now they've got an aggregated, their market maker, their books are aggregated with everybody else's, right? Which means if there's ever a massive dump off on Binance, it can get absorbed throughout the market. Right? It gets absorbed on the entire book. When you go and you buy Doge on MEXC, your order is getting filled by that pocket of orders or trades inside of MEXC, right? When you go buy Apple, a share of Apple, it's getting filled by anybody who sells securities, right? It's an aggregated book. I mean, yeah, but they could have done it without, I don't know, man. I love conspiracies as much as everybody else, but in my opinion, I think that they were letting people get away with some funny business on perps for a while. And then when they decided to change, they gave them one last chance. Because literally a week, they were supposed to, on the 10th, they were supposed to run the upgrade that would merge the market makers, right? That would merge the books, that would make it impossible for what happened to happen. But they announced that they were doing it on like the 2nd. A week before they did it, they announced that they were going to do it. And then within that time, they got hit. So it's like, come on. At some point, if we were watching a movie, we would all be calling bullshit, Yeah. I think that they tried to run a play and things got out of control. I think it's a mix of both. I think they were trying to run a play on Binance. I don't think that they expected that it would crash the entire altcoin market. You ever playing rough with your brother and you hit him and then he starts crying and you're like, chill, yo, chill, you're good, you're good. Like, oh shit, I'm screwed. Like I didn't intend for, you know, could have got away with this, but now everybody in the world is looking at us. Yeah, I mean, it's roughly 365 days from the top of the bull market to the bottom. The simplest math, and it's not the most perfect, right? But if you literally just don't want to think, it's the 500 rule. I hate this. We can do way better than this, but so 500 days, 500 days away from the halving, you buy. Just blindly. $500 days after the halving, you sell. Thank you for coming to Crypto Cypher. You can go live your life now. That being said, we can do better than that. But this is for people who have zero time to watch. They're living their lives, bro. They just don't want to miss the top and the bottom of the market.
You should make a chart like that where it lays out all of those different, anomalies, if you can even call them that, or
Yeah.
dirty math that people do, and see at the end of the day who comes closest.
Yeah.
I'll bet your math does.
I mean, it's just that we're here every day, right? So we can do better with the amount of attention that we pay to the market, but not everybody has time to do that shit, But there's definitely, what's important is that with all of the tools that we use and everything that we're watching, the chances of missing the bottom completely are very low, which is the important part, because this is
My son
what
the other
matters.
day, because he is so covered up at work, and I said, look, you just sock away as much money as humanly possible, because the tools that Dbloc is putting in place, when it's time to buy, you'll be able to hop back in, get up to speed quickly, because he's actually a really good trader, and because he didn't have the time right now. I mean, he's so busy at work. It's just, it's good, but there aren't enough hours in the day for him.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, if you're confident, I said, I am 1000% confident. And you should see this calculator that he just put together. And he's like, okay, that's what I'm going to do.
That's cool. Yeah, man. I mean, there's, DCAing. Like, I know people that have already started their low number DCAs, $25 a week, just scrolling away. And then as we go down in levels, you can increase your DCA as well. You know what I mean? Like a dynamic sort of DCA. Nobody, when we were at 120K, nobody cared if you bought it at 15 or 20 or 25. you were still considered lucky. You got lucky. You know what I mean? But that's this entire bottom range here. Like from 25 to 15. Look at the amount of time that we spent in here. You don't regret any of these buys. I know everybody wants to catch the Pico bottom, right? But trust me, in 2 to 3 years, it's not going to matter. What matters is that you're here now, right? Because what happens to most people is they go away somewhere around this scary bit, right? Things get boring. They come in and check. Price isn't doing anything. Tons of FUD. Then price moves. Then CNBC says, you know, Bitcoin's at 30K, and then they come back. And they come back, and then they start asking, do you think it'll go back to 15? So the fact that you're still here, even if you're not even trading, even if you're just sitting here looking at the charts, you're going to get a way better entry than these guys are, right? Because they're going to come in and buy late. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just stacking, bro. Any way that you can stack. There's any sort of rewards you can get. Like on Cash App, I've got all the money that comes into my Cash App coming in as Bitcoin. Right? Like I switched from US dollar to Bitcoin. So, you know, whatever money I make between here and then is just stacking as Bitcoin. And Cash App is really good for DCAing. The way Jack set it up was he wanted to encourage people long holding Bitcoin, not buying and selling. So the fees for buying and selling are high, but the fees for reoccurring buys are almost nothing.
So I have a question about that because I've always thought on Bitcoin just as kind of a side note. And just like when 1010 happened in the crash, you could get on there and I bought Bitcoin there. It just doesn't follow suit. But I always heard that that's not really, that you can't take it off of there and put it in a cold wallet.
Oh, 1000% you
Is that
can.
true?
Yeah, no, I send
Okay.
mine straight. I send mine straight to a wallet when I buy it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
You're gonna
So
have
where I
a
got that,
your Cash App is gonna have a wallet address, and it's gonna
Yeah.
work the same as it's gonna work the same as any other wallet address. Sorry.
All right. So you at one point will definitely own it.
Yeah,
Off of
no,
there.
it's actual
All
Bitcoin.
right.
It's real Bitcoin. Yeah.
All right.
Even if it's
I'm
sitting,
in
even if you have it and it's sitting just on Coinbase, it's still real Bitcoin, right? You have your keys. You can do whatever you want with it.
Yes, I knew that with Coinbase, but I just heard that it wasn't the same with Cash App. That's why I'd never really kept. I'd buy it, and whenever I transfer money, because it's so stinking easy. Yes, it costs me more money, but sometimes I just don't care. It's just like I don't need the brain damage. Just
My
I
rule
can
of
go
thumb
in and do this
is
and do that.
my rule of thumb is I don't leave Bitcoin anywhere that I don't have a seed phrase for. Right. So for Cash App, you've
Right.
got a wallet address, but you don't have a seed phrase. Right. So it's like
Correct.
an intermediary. So I still want to see you use like a cold wallet to store it.
Yeah.
Because once you have a seed phrase, you can access that from anything. Right. All you need is your seed phrase and your and you can import that wallet into any other wallet, even if Cash App stops working tomorrow. Like, you know, but the problem is since you
Right.
don't have the seed phrase, if Cash App does disappear tomorrow, or if you
Mhm.
need to access your funds and there's something wrong with Cash App, then you'll have issues. But for a
Okay. Say for
store, as
example.
being a store,
Yeah.
it's good. It's like an exchange. It's the same issue as if you're holding it on Coinbase. Right? You don't have your keys on Coinbase. So like it's
Right.
a shared wallet. It's like
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
multi-sig
Okay.
wallet, basically.
So when you so if I DCA, because this would be so easy to do this now that I'm aware of this.
Mhm.
So if I DCA'd, no fees. When I transfer it to my cold wallet, that's when I would incur fees. Would that be correct?
Whatever the transaction fee is for Bitcoin, it's not a lot. I mean, it's not.
Okay.
It's not like Solana little, but it's not tons. I haven't
Right.
used this
Okay.
yet, but Neve said you can set up auto withdrawal to a wallet on Coinbase, which means that as soon as you DCA, it would auto withdraw. I'm guessing I'd have to look into it though. I haven't used that function yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, BTC fees, they're not high for what they are, right? For moving your Bitcoin around, because it's important to move your Bitcoin around, but they are high for what Bitcoin was intended to. Bitcoin was intended for person-to-person transactions. So if there's a $2 fee or a $4 fee or a $10 fee, that means that you cannot send under $10 or $4. It wouldn't make sense, right? But fees need to be high, unfortunately, for the not high, but they can't be like Solana low, because when we're done mining all the Bitcoin, or after the next couple halvings, right, when that reward goes down to almost nothing, fees are going to be what keep miners validating the nodes. So you need a fee structure. Yeah, Solana's super cheap. That's why I did so good with memes, right? There were memes in 2023 and 2022 and 2020. Problem is nobody played with them because you had to pay $100 Ethereum fee. Right? So what Solana did is it opened up retail to be able to come in and turn $5 into $10, right? And then pay it, 10-cent fee. You couldn't do that on Ethereum. You couldn't like micro scalp alts because it costs you too much money. There's two different things, right? It's speed and security. Right? You pay for security. Somebody that wants to move $5 billion into ETH staking doesn't care that there's a $150 gas fee. Right? But somebody that wants to sell $100 worth of a shitcoin, they're not happy that they got to pay $25 for gas fee. Like, doesn't make any sense, right? But yeah, big money for the security of the chain and understanding that your money, your big money, sizable money is secure on chain and the transaction is going to go through with no issues is worth a little gas fee. That's why banks are using both. Right? That's why you've got stables going across both. Certain transactions will be settled on Ethereum. Certain transactions that need speed, like algorithmic trading and shit like that, you'll see that through Sol, XLM, Canton Network. Yeah. Sui's like a baby Sol, man, I'm telling you. Baby Sol with a better team. People don't realize that Sui team. Well, when Zuckerberg came out with Project Libra, when they wanted to drop their own stable on Facebook, and Congress shut his ass down quick. They're like, nah, bro. How many daily users you have? And you basically want your own currency? What's interesting is that after Project Libra came, what was the name of that project? Shit. Anyways, the same team came out with another offering that was a stable coin that was backed by US bonds and treasuries, which is exactly what we're doing now. Like basically he went to Congress and said, look, they're not, I see what the issue is, right? They're worried about the bond market. So he's the one that came up with the idea to actually have stable coins based on, well, I don't know if he invented the idea, but he's the one that proposed the idea. And it didn't work. It was too early. Right? They shut him down. Anyways, the money that went into the development from that, right? Facebook put together the best dev team they possibly could for Project Libra, right? Experts in every field. That Project Libra team went on to create Sui. So Sui basically has Facebook's research and development money, right, is what brought that team together. Not that they have anything to do with Facebook, but what I'm saying is he built the dream team and Sui benefits. Yeah, it was nasty. Eucharist, you shorted this, right? Did you get taken out on that wick or did you survive the push up? It took anybody out that was short, honestly. Like, that was nasty work. Now, sometimes those revenge shorts play out, JH. Just don't make it a habit. But yeah, sometimes you just get mad at the chart. Stop me out. Hold my beer. Watch this. With absolute worst luck with lighters. Okay, I got it. Down to the 15-second. See if they build structure. The type 2 we were looking at was somewhere around here. At the extreme, golden pocket, right, would be 59. But I mean, 382.5 would work too. It's just going to depend if the volume picks up at that point or not. prop firms are about to get if you're using props in the EU, you're gonna have some issues. Like some of the smaller prop firms aren't gonna make it. Yeah, I know, Rafiq. There's gonna be some turbulence until the new sort of regime is established when it comes to crypto in the EU. But some of the problems in Mika is they said that if a prop firm trades over the counter, like if it trades OTC and acts as an exchange for fiat funds or crypto, it could be providing a regulated service, which means that they're going to have to comply. It's kind of hard to run a prop firm if your customers lose and they can sue you. Put it this way. If the prop firm isn't allowed to operate in the EU, you shouldn't be using it anywhere. Because what that means is that they found some prohibited practices. Everybody knows some of these prop firms are really sketchy when it comes to you paying out and the things that they do to paying you out and the things that they do to keep that from happening. Yeah, it's just going to be too expensive for prop firms. So, under one of the sections, the surveillance section, prop firms would have to build and maintain surveillance systems to monitor the algorithms and the traders. And then they have to report any suspicious market abuse. Sounds like a headache. All right, we got a little bit of structure in. We need to break the downtrend, but as far as structure goes, as long as we don't come down underneath 60 again, then we might be able to start trying to build out here. Looks weak though. Volume is dying. Right, this whole move is volume divergent. So your invalidation is here. Your neckline is here. Double bottom. We're on the 15-second chart, by the way, y'all. If anybody is just getting on. Just watching levels. Violence.
There's no second best crypto asset. There's a crypto asset. It's called Bitcoin.
Bruh.
We do not care.
Not now, Michael. Bad timing. A 4 hours probably going to close as a stopping volume candle off the top of the range. 8 minutes. Yum, 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 yum. Gobble that shit up. Just to give you a look back at what we're looking at for this drop. 382, as of right now, is a viable W. If this was to hold, it wouldn't need to go any further. 0.5, golden pocket. After golden pocket is where the idea starts getting sketched. But for right now, everything is sort of going as planned. Let's see. There's 382. All right. Little retest. Vectors recovered. 50s hit. Now's where you're looking to build structure, either off the 50 or off of the SR flip, if this is going to hold. Again, we're on the 15 second. Right? The reason we're on the 15th second is because we're trying to figure out what the nature of this 5-minute candle is. Sometimes when you snipe, you got to zoom in. We'll see where this tops out at, and then we'll look for our type 2. Did that give us 382 or no? No, that was 236. All right, so we're still looking for a top here. $382. Look for some volume. Aggressive buyers. Quiet in these streets. Well, neutral. Trying to see if our guy with the walls is back. No. I kind of like this for a possible low only because of the amount of market sells that we got here at the bottom. Greens are market buys, reds are market sells. And yes, you're not tripping. They buy the tops and they sell the bottoms. That's what retail does. Let's be a little bit more relaxed with the heat map here. Because there's low volume, so 100 Bitcoin is decent amount of Bitcoin. Okay, hold on. Not too much. All right. Hold on, y'all. I'm in the middle of looking at this right now. I can't look at anything else. Not done yet. This fight for 60K has been epic. Like, I think the last 12 streams have been titled The Fight for 60K. So the only reason it even looks like a downtrend is because we're on the 15-second. You go to the 5-minute, it looks like a fallen knife. We spoke about the deviation play when I woke up, right? Price deviates out of this range and gets accepted back into the range, it'll seek out point of control. If it loses point of control, it'll seek out the bottom of the range. Right? No crystal ball shit. It's just the way that ranges operate. Remember we talked about those we talked about the two legacy plays. Right? The deviation trade, mean reversion, or the breakout. Right? This is a deviation play. Point of control still holding. We haven't necessarily lost that just yet. Also at the 50 on the 15. Snipers, now's when we start to look for possible targets. Two stand out. Psychological low, obviously. 50% of that vector. All right, so Cyclo, old neckline of our W, and 50% of the vector is where I want to take a little snipe entry at. If we lose, remember, if we lose golden pocket, point of control, sorry. Let's go back on the micro. Mean reversion to the 50. Little bear flag would take us down a bearish target. I'm feature tripping a little bit here, but it's the 15 seconds, so you got to be quick or you miss it. You got to be quicker than that. But yeah, we'll see. This 15-second TA is becoming like a segment, but it's just me being impatient.
Well, these things don't happen because you sit down and plan it and figure out what you're going to do. They happen because organically you got impatient over and over and over, and now it's a thing. It's kind of a cool thing. I like it. It helps with TA too, being able to watch it quickly.
Yeah, being able to see everything play out in real time. And like the main thing I'm showing, aside from just not wanting to wait for the 5-minute candle to fold, is just the fractal nature of the market, even on the 15-second chart. You know, for people that say
Yeah.
you can't TA that time frame, your only obstacle is speed. Really.
It has a different understanding when you're seeing it in real time on the 15-second than when, you know, you're watching a 15-minute pattern play out. By the time it plays out, you forgot, you know,
Yeah.
full of it. Yeah, but it's really clear that it happens over and over and over again, very consistently. Just
Another little test of that 50. Starting to see a little bit of action. Still got a good 1,000 Bitcoin to buy just to get back up to 60. Hit that like and that sub, y'all. I just got a thing from YouTube that was saying that people in our niche in crypto on average have been losing 1,000 subscribers per month during the bear market. We've been gaining about 25 to like 50 per month. That's pretty nice. Let's keep that up.
Man, that number could be
Appreciate you,
higher.
Diaries.
This is definitely where to be.
I appreciate it. That number of people losing subscribers too is just because a lot of these guys don't stream during the bear, bro. They like go away. Don't drop any videos. People just fall out. Like this is when people need you the most. It's like, cool, you're on to tell us that price is gonna go up again tomorrow during the bear market. Woohoo. You know? Well, where were you when the shit hit the fan?
As the most important, the more I learn, this is the time to be locked in.
Oh yeah. Even if you're sidelined, bro, you don't even have to be actively trading, just locked in.
Yeah, exactly. Because you said it earlier. I've noticed when I do overtrade, I do get chopped up. And better just to sit on the side and just wait for the relief rallies.
Yeah. That's why this moment's so important, because we could be at the beginning of the next, week, 2 week long relief rally. It's way better to focus in now and catch it than to be chasing for the next 2 weeks.
You think we're gonna sweep lower down to mid 50s?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's too early, right? We've only got a day into this monthly candle, but I would have really liked to see that close. I don't know if we can hold it without the macro, guys. So one or two things have to happen. We have to hold support and push convincingly enough to where macro guys say, all right, we'll jump in. But if we sit down here and chill for too long, every day that we don't push is just another, it's just proof that they did the right thing by not jumping in. And you know how everybody else is, bro. People buy their bag and then they stare at the chart and they're like, come on, somebody else. All right, I bought mine. You buy yours now. But that goes away after a while. A week of going sideways and people are going to start to get sketched out. This fight for 60 is really where it's at, If we can get above 60 and have volume increase and sustain above 60, then we can bring some people back in for like a little 2-week run, 3-week run or something. But if not, we're going to find the price where people are interested. That's what the market does, right? You guys aren't interested at this level. Nobody wants to buy at this level. Cool. How about this one? And it'll keep moving until it finds liquidity. I appreciate that, Scotty. That's why I never want to get too caught up with the whole YouTube number thing. To be honest with you, like what this really is me trading every day with my family in Discord and our trading group. And the YouTube just happens to be on, like, you know what I mean? But the focus is always going to be trading first and foremost. And then helping the family get through trades. And then maybe if all of that shit is done, you'll see a, oh shit, clickbait picture on YouTube or something. Nah, y'all better call me out. If I ever, I better get on here and just hear straight shit from y'all for like the entire day. Sitting there with the Home Alone face and the red background. I don't know, bro. Sometimes I think it's a bad thing though, because I'm so chill that if I ever do come on here one day and I'm stressed out or freaking out about something, it's gonna go bad. Sweepy sweep, sweepy sweep. Almost at that measured move. Hold on, I gotta fix it a little bit because we didn't break till over here, so it's higher. Measured moves at 597. A little bit of like the recovery. Yeah, hungry.
Shazam!
Shazam! That's what it's all about, Cole. Keeping each other honest and accountable.
I was in shorts on Bitcoin and ETH.
Nice.
No stop loss.
Hey,
No stop loss.
that's not good, but at least it worked out.
No. My shorts were last night.
Oh, I thought you meant like right now.
But I put a stop loss above that last high. And I've been chasing it down with my stop loss. So I've recovered a lot of it. Thank goodness. But I got to learn a lesson without learning the lesson.
That's good.
Yeah. It's a confidence thing. It's been working out for me for a couple of weeks. So you start to just feel like it's going to work out. The wrong kind of confidence.
Thought we were Laura. Fell at 59, man. I was gonna come over here and do like 56 or something.
Nah, that fight for 60 is still real.
Holy crap! Get it over with.
Yeah, is this volume better?
Shazam! Bruh.
The bruh is high.
Bruh.
As you doing that?
Yeah.
Funny.
Shazam.
I got orders in the 57,000 from the last dump that haven't been filled. And I had to come back up and do it again.
Find the longer version to Zeus's song. My bad. Y'all gotta deal with me for a second. I'm fixing some stuff over here. That's funny. Yeah, those dominoes have been falling for a little while. Taking those Riz moments just in case.
My name is Solana.
Ban her. uh, it's a value area low.
You didn't get an Asia intro tonight?
What time is it? I should put that on the stream deck. I can just click one button. I'm gonna mess around and get organized. Watch. I always wonder who's gonna catch that. Why isn't that showing the sessions? Why this shit turned off? It's not on. No sessions. Oh, I'm on the 15-second. That's why. They're walking this shit down. Let's go look at some of our prior targets. So that SR, right, which is the top of the W, which is a 0.5 retracement on this W, if we're going to type 2 out of here. And then our golden pocket. I think it's golden pocket. Hold on. Let me pull it again. Yeah, golden pocket would be the uptrend. Like they're walking it down, man. Slowly walking that thing down. But you know what they say? Stairs down, elevator up. So I am interested in catching this long wherever they end up sweeping. Like it's so like, put it this way, what would we expect if the chart was inverted? Would you long that? That pattern we hate, right? So yeah, it looks like shit. Yeah, it could continue. Yes, I'm looking for a reversal. But that shit is disrespectful. By far the most unnatural price action we've seen in a little bit. I'm just gonna snipe and build into a W. I'm just looking for a good sweep down into some liquidity, but more important, I'm looking for people to step in, right? Breaking out of this is also going to say something, right? If we're not able to stay inside this controlled zone, it means that the bearishness is picking up past whatever this bullshit is. Look at that 50. It's like a controlled demolition.
On CoinInc on the 12-hour, we're just dipping into a lot of lit up liquidations. There's a lot of money down below. Where does it go to? It goes to the brightest goes to 1560. But I could see them going down to like 1544. Directly below us at 1596 is 144 million. This is the aggregate chart.
You're on
Can you hear
ETH?
me? Oh, you can hear me.
Yeah, you're on ETH. I was just
Yeah, I'm on
thinking.
ETH.
Okay.
I haven't looked at Bitcoin recently. I mean, there's a lot here. It's just not as pretty. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. It's just not as lit up. But I mean, there's still like directly below us is 73 million.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if
I mean,
anything
it
is
could cascade. Do you have CoinInc?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's different because it's the aggregate. So, I mean, it looks like we could sweep.
And they're starting to we're starting to get a bunch of market sells at the bottom though. And typically these guys don't tend to get it right too often. Here we had a little bit of drop still, but for the most part, they tend to market sell the bottoms. So I'll pay attention to that if that starts to add up here.
But ETH is mega lit up. They hardly ever leave that much behind.
Yeah, that is a lot of money. Let me check to see what the liquidation map looks like for it. Let's go 12-hour Bitcoin and then we'll go 12-hour ETH. Even here it looks weird. This is it just looks weird. Well, it looks weird because it is weird, but let's check ETH. Yeah, well, ETH doesn't look much different, honestly. Hold on.
Yours looks different than mine. Mine's way more lit up. But Bitcoin looked about the same. That's why I was like, eh.
Palantir is holding that top. Interesting. Not as clean, but super reactive to what Bitcoin's doing right now. Let's see. Let me see what total. Wow. Total 2. Total 3.
I posted what my chart looks like in bubble chat, and that's with the threshold all the way all the way up. If I turn it down at all, then everything's just too bright.
The angle of this dangle is about to accelerate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think a lot of this is Miko, to be honest with you. There's too many EU traders have options. It's not like they're looking at forced sells. This to me looks like somebody systematically removing a lot of money out of the market. Very, very, very patiently.
Isn't Sailor supposed to be selling a lot of Bitcoin?
There's no second best crypto asset. There's a crypto asset. It's called Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I don't really. I mean, I heard something about it, but I really was only half paying attention. But
Yeah, he already filed for the okay to sell. I mean, not okay. They have to let the SEC know when they make these moves. But he already filed, yeah. I think that money is going to go to buy Tesla. I'm telling you, I think this is the merger deal that they're going to try to put through here. But we'll see.
so, do we get notified when the FCC approves it? Or
No, it's not even like an approval thing. They just have to sort of, this disclosure, right? So we got the
Okay.
disclosure already. But that
So
doesn't
it's
tell us a
released
date.
something
Yeah,
like
that just doesn't tell us when. It just tells us that the intention's there.
It would make sense because, you know, it's
Yeah. Spend a little bit of Bitcoin to get a bunch of Bitcoin back. If Tesla merges with SpaceX, they become the 5th largest Bitcoin treasury company. All right, Roke, I'm gonna need you to keep watching that game because apparently we need all the help we can get. So just when I thought that they had slipped up on their little pattern and my magnets had my shit in the wrong place. Hey, if not watching the Knicks all year could get us the championship, then you watching the rest of the US games should be able to get us the cup, bro. And on you.
Watch yourself. Mexico's coming.
That's gonna be a good game. Anybody that's playing in the trenches right now is begging for it. Let's see, all our market maker motivations are above, right? Our target list. I need to save this. Hold on. Just pay no attention to it right now. I'm just fixing something. How did it go? I thought I just put a box on the screen. You tripping? Oh, okay. I could have sworn I just did that. Is everything else also breaking out of their low ranges? Yeah. All right. Let's see what the hell that was a setup for. Lower targets hit. It's just mean reversion targets, y'all. This is not based off pattern or anything. This is a 0.5 hit off of our larger target that we're watching, right? Remember 382.5 golden pocket, all suitable type twos. Just gotta watch the volume. Back to type 2. Come on, give me a reason to add to this. Come on, Bitcoin. Riz me up. I'm easy right now. I just need to see a sign. Who are the underdogs right now? Like underdogs that actually have a chance to win. In the World Cup I'm talking about. Yeah, I know. That's kind of how what I was saying the other day. I don't really pay attention, but it always seems like it's the same teams at the top. I'm not saying FIFA's rigged or anything, but why is that though? It's like the Yankees is just the top teams have the most money to pay for the top players, or and is it like the Olympics? Do you have to play for your country? Like, do you have to be from the country to play for the country? Or can you just bring in some ringers? Citizenship? That's easy enough, though. Yeah, I figured. Shit, I would too. You're sitting on it. You're sitting in a country that hasn't won the World Cup in 100 years. That, you know, Brazilian or Argentinian citizenship starts to look good. Yeah, I figured. It's like how U.S. basketball was, right? When they started using pro players at the Olympics. Like the culture of basketball in this country is going to be hard to overcome. Florida's crazy, bro. How many football players come out of this state? And then when I moved here, I figured out why. They got like pee-wee football leagues. During the school year, you like drive to the store and you'll see 6-year-old full pads, helmet at the bus stop. They start them real young over here. Yeah, but they take it really serious in Florida. Like you'll see college scouts at not even high school games, like pre-high school games. They follow these kids from when they're really young.
Yo. Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Oh, okay.
What
Well,
up?
I have these new earbuds, so I just wanted to know if they worked okay with Discord.
Yeah, they sound all right. I tried using earbuds, but they all sounded like shit. And I mean, I got good earbuds too. I don't know why.
I mean, these are Beats Studio earbuds. I got them on sale.
Type 2 on a type 2? Yep. Type 2 on this type 2 entry has already played out. It's not even worth drawing it out. But it would have been the 1 second W fractal here. Just so you know. Measured move takes us just underneath the neckline of the larger W that we're looking at. Type 4 retrace on the type 2. I'm being so lazy with the tier right now. Anybody in Cypher School knows exactly what I'm talking about. Anybody that's brand new is like, what the hell is this guy talking about? We're just watching the micro fractals sort of build structure, yo.
Like, how many more months you got before you before you sound a little bit more excited about price action?
I'm just trying to feel alive at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, John. There's certain states, North Carolina for basketball, Florida for football. This flag doesn't exist. I just want to watch it build.
So, the macro chart that we were looking at yesterday, the monthly one,
Mm-hmm.
did it make you change your perspective with the closing? Because I missed that part.
Nah, sizing, yes. Like I said, if we didn't close bullish, it wouldn't affect my overall sort of perspective, but it'll affect my sizing. Because if we would have closed bullish, then I could expect macro traders to drop bags and hold them for a while. But this closed bad. This closed bearish on the macro. Now, the reactions are right. If we hold 60 and push, right, that's not the end of the world. But macro traders that are a little bit more cautious are going to sit on the sidelines for at least a week or two to see how this plays out. And that's a week or two of us not having their money as a floor. So that just means my overall sizing was affected by it. I would have gone a lot heavier. That closed correctly. For me, it always comes down to how many groups of traders are in this trade with me. Right? A really good trade is a trade that is setting up a trigger for every different type of group of trader to see it as bullish. Right? It held something on the macro. It, lower time RSIs or filled in, whatever. If you can get in the trade and you've got macro traders, swing traders, snipers, everybody's in on the trade with you, then the chances of that going lasting longer are increased. It's like what we talk about with our entry protocols, right? So like if you have a W, or like let's just look at the W that's forming here. Right? Entry is about size. And the old school traders used to say, look at the market like if you're trading against one person. Right? And I agree with that, but I also agree that it's important to look at everybody that's on the trade with you as one person as well. So when you're looking at your entry protocols, what you're looking at are different times where different sections of traders join the trade. Right. So we know, like taking this big one, for example, your type 1 entry was there, your type 2 entry, your type 3 is about to get triggered right now, which means when this breaks out, breakout traders are going to join this trade. Type 4 entry waits for a retest, right? If you get that retest and goes, that means that, excuse me, that means that your most cautious traders, the ones that wait for confirmation, now they're in on the trade too. Right? And then your type 5 traders are your tarantans. These are the guys we sell our bags to. Never be a type 5 trader. But type 5 traders are what give you the push, right? Because the second that price pops out, just look at the psychology of it. Price is coming down. Only snipers are going to be interested in catching this. Everybody else is going to be a little bit too cautious, or not too cautious. Everybody's going to be more cautious and want some sort of confirmation that this is really the bottom, right? So price pops up, comes back down, and holds a higher low. That's the confirmation that type 2 traders need. Right? They don't need full confirmation of a breakout or a retest. They just need to know that that bottom is in so that they know where to put their stop losses. Right? So now at this point, you've got snipers and scalpers in on the trade with you. Right? And then you pass your 13 and your 50. So now you got people that are trading momentum in with you. Price breaks. So now your type 3 traders, your breakout traders are now also joined. So like right now, we're looking for this W to form out, right? For this W to form out, we need everybody to join. Type 1 traders already picked it up. Type 2 traders picked it up. Type 3 traders played the breakout. We're waiting to see if type 4 traders are going to buy the retest or not. If type 4 traders don't join, then the trade falls apart. A successful trade is a trade that picks up all 4 sections of traders.
Couldn't you be multiple types?
I am, yeah, of course, yeah. I'm a sniper. I'll add to my type 2s. I'll add to the position on type 3. I might add to the position on type 4. Yeah.
Okay.
You could literally be all of them. But it's just important to know what you're doing when you're doing it, right? Because there's different rules for each. If you're a surfer and you're looking for like a macro, like long position, like you shouldn't be driving yourself crazy on the 1 minute chart. You should be looking for that setup on bigger charts. And then you look for your entry, right? Your execution, you can then go down to lower time frames. Type 4 traders picked up the trade. Right, so this W is fully funded, right? Meaning the measured move that this W projects has the funding to get there because it's picked up all the traders. That makes sense? So now on the bigger scale, yeah, if I'm playing a breakout trade, that's like a very specific sort of situation. So type 3 traders now, even though that is the sketchiest, this is who we're counting on, right? For the breakout, we're not buying again. We already bought. Anybody down here already bought. But when you're looking at something, you're like, oh, I want it to break out. I want it to break out. You're calling on breakout traders. Right? Now, the thing with breakout traders is they're fast. They're degens and they take profit. Usually breakout traders are playing on high leverage and they're only in it for that explosive move. Now, their take profit is what gives you the retest to your type 4s. Right? Type 4 is the most secure out of all of them, but type 4 misses out on trades. Because if price ever goes, aka what it's doing now, and doesn't retrace, then type 4 never gets its entry. So it's safer, right? Because you've already played the pattern out. The pattern broke out and it confirmed with volume. But you're taking less trades. So each section, right? Each level has drawbacks. It's got its benefits and it's got its drawbacks. You just got to figure out which one fits the most for like your style, right? Type 1, high anxiety, high stress, large failure rate because you get stopped often, right? But the benefits are super tight stop, massive size because of your super tight stop, and the best ROI potential when it does play out, right? Type 2 gets decent entries, right? They miss out on the multiples, right, to the top side, but they enter with more confidence, so it's less anxiety. Type 3 traders, if you're a high sort of under pressure, performer, then you're probably going to look for breakouts. All of this shit drives you crazy. You fall asleep through the setup. What you want is getting on a breakout, with large size, get out real quick, bing, bang, boom, then do it again over and over and over. But that's a personality type. Just like type 4 is a personality type. Okay, yeah, we got the higher low, cool, looks like a W, great. Oh, we're breaking out, cool story. Until it retests, I don't trust it. Right? These are all personality types, and none of them is wrong. You just got to figure out what your personality type is and stop trading a personality that's not yours, because it's probably why you're stressing yourself out. And then once you're like emotionally regulated, right, which is what we're talking about. Once you're emotionally regulated and you're not, you know, candles don't move you, then you can start spreading out into, you know, more of a hybrid approach where you're trading all of them or a couple of them, whatever. Me, for the most part, I'm type 1, type 2. If for whatever reason I didn't size heavy enough, if I feel like I didn't size heavy enough, then I'll upsize at type 4, right? But that's after taking risk off the table. Type 5 only buys when everybody's already in the trade. Type 5 buys at the top of moves. Type 5 is who we sell our bags to. You never want to be a type 5 if you can avoid it.
How are you adding more to your position but de-risking at the same time?
Because you're moving your stop up.
Oh, okay.
If my stop is down, if I take a sniper entry and my stop is 1 ATR underneath, right? The second that we move up and we hold, right? If it looks like it's a good type 2 position, type 2 trade, and we hold, then I have to remove risk. Once I remove that risk, then I can now add risk by adding to the position, right? It just depends on when you want to do it. You can be less aggressive, meaning, and this is the way I suggest everybody sort of do this when it comes to moving stops. You don't move your stop up to type 2 when you take that type 2 trade. You move your stop up to type 2 when it breaks the highs. Once the breakout traders get in, then it's safe to move up to type 2, and then you can add to your type 4 position because you've removed the risk. Does that make sense? Remember, you can only, if you set up your sizing calculator. Do you have the sizing calculator, by the way?
I think they bookmarked it, but it confused me, so I haven't looked at it again.
Well, that's not how things are supposed to work.
It was like when you first made it. Did you make any changes since then, or? It looked like it wanted me to trade with like 40 cents. It made me feel pretty poor. So I closed it.
It can be a reality check sometimes, yes. But even if you're not going to trade, your proper size, you know, if you're trading more than you're supposed to, at least it's beneficial to know that you're doing it. But the sizing calculator isn't difficult. It shouldn't be. And yeah, I did make some improvements to it. Hold on.
Okay, I'll relook at it.
All right, so let's just use what we were talking about right now as an example. This is the full version. There will be a sizing calculator light that I'm going to be passing out to everybody on YouTube and everything. The only difference is that there's some features that you won't have if you're not in Cypher school. Like your leverage mode, your futures mode. Yeah, if you're not going to come to Cypher school and let me at least give my opinion on how to properly trade leverage, then you're going to have to figure out your leverage sizing on your own. I don't want to be responsible. But hold on, let me see. So let's say you entered sniper entry 5960. And then let's say that you only have an account size of like 5K. So your stop loss, 1 ATR, I'm just gonna give a rough estimate, 5953, let's say. And then your take profit, you want to sell to the tarant at 6009. So for spot, you'd be set. And you come down, your proper sizing is $42,000 because your stop size is super small. You obviously do not have $42,000, but that's how much you could risk on this trade and only lose $50, which would be 1% of your 5,000. So obviously what that means is that you could safely full port, right? You could trade your entire $5,000 on that trade. Now, if you don't want to trade the entire $5,000 and you're somebody that uses leverage, then this would be the proper use of leverage. Your full account only covers 12% of the position. This is the proper time to use leverage. So if you 5x'd 8K, which you can't, why is it even telling you to 5x 8K if you only have 5K in the account? We got to fix that. So you could 10x 42 to get to your entire position size, right? Like this is the proper position size that if your stop loss gets hit, only loses you $50, which is 1% of your 5K. That's the situation that you're supposed to 10x. Not because you're 10 times more bullish than you were on the last setup, or right. It's literally just to explain what your proper size is that allows you to lose the acceptable amount of loss. So if it was saying that your position size should only be 60 cents, then what that tells me is that your stop loss that you were trying to take was very wide. Because what it should do when you're taking a tight stop loss is give you the opportunity to go heavier. And so even if you're, let's say if your position was only $1,000, or your, sorry, not your position, your total account size. Why are you not? Yeah, your full account of 1,000 only covers 12% of position. That means so 10xing 850 brings you up to, yeah, $8,500 not notional. Doesn't fill your, oh, it would be your whole size, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's not bad. And then your TP, it'd be $70 profit at target, 1 to 7 risk reward. But what it also means is that since it's only 12% of your allowable size, you could full port. I think a lot of people mistake the amount of money that they have in a trade with the amount of money that they're actually risking on that trade. So you start off with a really small account and then you're trying to be safe, right? So you're only risking, or you're only using a small amount in the trade. But then your risk is even smaller than that. So it feels like it takes forever to stack. but people don't like to use stop losses. That's the benefit that you get from using a stop loss that you don't have if you don't use a stop loss. If you don't use a stop loss, you 1000% should never full port a position ever. Ever, ever, ever. Ever, 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 ever. Even if you have a good stop loss and the position size allows you to full port the position, but you're not going to be sitting at the computer. You're going on vacation or some shit, or you're not, don't do it. Right? We know stop losses aren't bulletproof. But if you're sitting at your desk, it takes a second to manual a stop if you get skipped, you know? Unless it's like 10-10 or some crazy shit. So I think some people will use this sizing calculator and find out that they've been sizing too big, right? And have to tone down, or using too much leverage and have to tone down. So that might not be that might be why they don't want to use it, you know? But some people might actually find out that they've been sizing too small. And it could be hurting the clip at which they're, you know what I mean, they're actually progressing. Some people might say only risking 1 to 2% of the entire portfolio on a trade is way too cautious. I'll ask them again in 5 years if they're still here. That's what the system is all about, Evan. Right? Being able to read candles, being able to read those liquidity sweeps, understanding where the market maker targets are. Right? Playing into high volume candles that come into those targets. Remember what I said about sniping. You've got to get used to being stopped out if you're a sniper. Right? Do I catch it on the first trade a lot of times and it just pops and never hits my stop? Yeah, it's great. Do I get stopped out and have to reset 2 to 3 times before? Yeah, of course. It's like sniping shorts. Anybody that snipes shorts understands that the chances of you catching that very first tippity top short, although it feels great, that dopamine hit is big, right? But if you're not okay with getting stopped out and resetting, then don't even do it. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get stopped out and then you're going to sit there feeling bad about yourself. And then the trade's going to play out exactly how you thought. Right? When instead of feeling bad and waving your fists in the air, you could have reset. Yeah. Some of it's just time, Evan. And it's not, that shit doesn't come naturally. Like, nobody's naturally built for this. The ability to catch a sniper candle comes, a lot of it, in my opinion, comes from just reps, bro. How many reps we've done. And you start to get a feeling about certain candles, about certain drops. But that comes with time. That's what type 2s are for. Right? That's why in Cypher school, we say, like, there's no, snipers don't get any trophies that surfers don't get. Right? It's not like you're moving up through the ranks to sniper. Right? You either have the tools to do it efficiently yet, or you don't, or you're building them. That's all it is. And some of it is psychology, right? If you can't get stopped out twice without getting in your feelings, not that it's a bad thing, again, you know, but then it's not a good idea, because then you're just going to be on tilt all the time. All right, we're about to hit our type 5s here. They have jumped in and are nicely adding to. But does it make sense what I was saying now about watching all the traders join the trade? This is one hell of a To Catch a Fallen Knife episode, though. From the top to the bottom and back again. We need some clippers, bro. Now, just to catch everybody up, even though we are on the 15-second, on the macro, that does bring us down to an acceptable W here. It could go lower, yes, but it doesn't have to. Right? Meaning there is a non-zero chance that that was the low that then breaks the high that then takes us above 60 and starts our relief rally.
Are we at 50 yet?
No, not yet.
They keep trying to go up.
Just let it happen. Stop fighting. Just let it happen. I feel you.
So I just put my short back in again that I closed the other day when it gets up there.
Yeah.
Didn't do it yet, but we'll see what happens.
Six 6010. All right, back to the sizing calculator. So you've been in the trade for, this is assuming that you took the mock trade in the, that we were just doing in the thing, right? So you've been in the trade for 50 minutes. Right? Hold on, let's open up this so we can open up the profit power. So trade held for 50 minutes. This small trade on the 1 minute, right? Averaged out is $131 an hour. Right? Let's say that you work for $30 an hour at your job. You've just 4x'd. Right? 8-hour trading day. If you took 3 of these trades, right, would be the equivalent if you worked 8 hours and took, well, not 3 of the trades. If you took 8 of these trades, you'd have, you know, $1,000 an hour. I mean, $1,000 a day, $5,000 a week, about 3.8 the average worker. The reason to do this is because some of you guys are very disrespectful when it comes to taking profits. Right? And unless at your day job you're making $300 an hour, then I don't want to see that shit.
Well, because either the fees are too high, and so if you use a lot of money in your margin, let's say you had a lot of money in your portfolio and you use a bunch of margin, and so you do play that low leverage to not pay too much in fees or whatever, then that looks like feasible. If I saw $131, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to take that. But if I'm a lower level peasant and I'm playing a little higher leverage, the fees are higher and I'm not seeing no 131. I'm seeing like
Put it down to
$1.
$1,000.
No, I don't even play it that much.
No, $1,000 in the portfolio.
Yeah, no, I don't. Much.
But it's the current trade, right? It's the size in the current trade, right? The size in this trade would be 300 and wait, what was it?
The examples are just too large for me to even.
Well, I'm
fathom.
trying to bring them down to show you that it doesn't matter, even at a small level. It even at a small level, it's gonna be the same difference as far as what you're giving up. Right? If you've been in the trade, like if you've been in the trade for an hour and you're $13 in profit, then you made $13 an hour. Right? If you've been in the trade for 5 minutes and you're $7 in profit, you got to do the math. It adds up. And then what happens if you don't take it? Right? Let's go
It
back
adds up
to
if you
the.
get more than one correct.
Let's go back to the higher one. Well, that's what we need to work on then. If you're not getting more than one correct, then you
Yeah,
need
no,
to
I'd get
start
one
going
right
there.
and then maybe like 10 wrong. And then a
Yeah,
bunch of
well,
stop losses.
you
And then you're
have a bunch
hemorrhaging
of stuff
money.
to catch up on.
No, I haven't been trading at all. I've just been
Where did it go?
going to your school and taking notes in my little notebook. I almost filled up an entire notebook taking notes and
Yeah, you were
rewatching
telling me the other
videos.
day. So
Mhm.
look, the problem is, okay, now you've taken this trade. You're up here. Let's say you took the whatever you're at your $131 an hour, or your $13 an hour, or whatever it is. Then you decide you're gonna wait. Right now, you're waiting to see how it plays out, right? Which is cool. But if it drops 10%, right, you just went from. Well, now you'd be at 155 because it's higher, right? So you would have gotten more than your 133. So you can afford to let it drop 5% and still be at your profit. But what happens if it drops 30% from here? Right? Or what if you give up half of it to see if it hits the 0.5 on the fib to create another W? Or even worse, what if you wait for a golden pocket? Right? So it goes away very quickly. And if you go upside down, you're underneath spot position. Look at what happens once you're 10% underneath your entry. You're now at a per hour loss, which means you got to work overtime just to get back to where you were.
Or you hold it and it comes back up for you.
Yeah. How does that work out?
It works out for some people.
Do it 100 times.
I don't know, the lifeboat thing.
You just got to be very situational with that type of thing. Your rules have to be scalable. You can't use rules that just work sometimes because they work sometimes. Like to be for the longevity part of it, right? To be able to like stick around and not get washed out, your rules have to be scalable. If I take this trade under these rules, under these parameters 100 times, what's my average result going to be? Right? Yeah, I went into the trenches. I threw $1,000 on a meme coin and I made $1 million because it went up and to the right. Cool. Now build a strategy around that. Do that 100 times. And what's the final, you know what I mean? Like, what's the final product going to be?
That shit coin.
Well, you got to make sustainable rules. And the problem is that they're boring for the most part. Stairs down, elevator up.
Well, yeah, so I had a I had an $11 portfolio. I put like $1 there in
You're getting chewed up in
leverage.
fees.
And then it stopped me out at $2 loss. And it kept going just a little tad more at that bottom there, and then it reversed. So it took my $2. I now have $9. And then it went without me. Yeah, and fees, it cost me, I think, 13 cents to open the trade.
You know, it's not that you need a lot of money for spot. Is that I'm talking to greedy. It's not that you need a lot of money for spot. Is that you need to be able to respect percentage over dollar amount. Everybody starts with a different dollar amount, y'all. You can't judge your profits by the profits you want or the profits next to the profits. And that's why they say you're not supposed to trade when you're trading for money that you need, because the profits that you're looking for are directly tied to what you need. Not how much you have, not the trade you're taking, but what you need, the outcome. If you trade spot, you need to pay attention to percentage. Right? If you trade with $1 and you turned it to 2, you just 2x your portfolio. It doesn't matter that you just only made $1. Right? But that works to the downside too. It doesn't matter if it's only 50 cents on the stop loss. If that 50 cents is 20% of your position, you're risking too much. It's all about taking what you have and scaling it. Everything else is bullshit. Don't, you know. That's why you never hear me talk about dollar amounts. You never hear me talk about the dollar amount of a position that I took.
Well, I
Or the
just thought you
dollar
were being
amount of,
private.
no. It's because it'll make people feel like if they're not playing with that sort of money that it doesn't apply to them, and it's not true. It's
Yeah,
percentages.
sort of like your examples that you threw. You use the words like only. I'm like, only? Oh, it's only $1,000.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, honestly, playing with underneath $1,000 portfolio is very, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Psychologically more than anything, because you're just like, you know.
Mm-hmm. I've been trying to create a technique around it for the last 5 years, but then when I did the motorcycle thing, it did not do that right. Did not do that
Go back 5 years and trade spot
right.
on the weekly chart, only taking profit when it looks weak and then buying back in. And what do you think your bag looks like at this point?
When I started, I only started buying spot, and then it just kept going down, and then I sold for a loss on everything.
You're in a bear market, though. You started during the bear and you didn't know it was a bear.
Yeah.
So that wasn't spot's fault.
Well, to me in my psyche, I was like, "Oh, this thing is stupid. I don't like it, and I'm gonna leave." This thing is like,
I didn't want to play this game anyways.
"Oh, this is horrible." But I watched my coworker go, "Oh, I just gotta check my Bitcoin right now." I'm like, it was 2020, and he came in. He's like, he's my foreman, and he came in. He's like, "I gotta check my Bitcoin. It's going up like crazy."
Sometimes I wish that I was at some of your houses so I could just reach over your shoulder and slap buttons, but yeah.
I know. Well, you're doing the best you can do. Besides, I'm choosing to get a guaranteed return every month, like getting rid of debt. So that's guaranteed return.
Yeah.
Because of interest. And that frees up my psyche so that every purchase I make, it's not like, oh, that could have been $50 that went towards this bill or that bill or whatever. I'm so tired of thinking that way. So I had to change that whole entire thing in my head. I'm 7 months in.
Just a 1 minute loaded. Just waiting to see if we're going to come down and fractal into something more sustainable. The first sign that we were going to get some sort of move was how inorganic these stairs down were. Like they literally walked it all the way down. Remember when we turned the chart, when we flipped the chart and we said, would you long this?
I wonder what it looks inverted on the monthly.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, it's alt I. That's what it looks like inverted on the monthly.
That's Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I would feel like this monthly candle that was going on would try to retest one of those supply zones from those previous wicks over there to the left,
Mm-hmm.
and then decide, I guess.
That's what I'm trading into.
Well, you've got
Now,
about
how would
4
you
different
feel?
courses.
How would you feel if this candle looked like that candle?
Then I would think the next candle would try to go retest that wick, that most recent one that you just pointed at.
Well, what it should show you is that, or what it would tell you is that you've got sell pressure there, which means that you would expect it to continue under the next candle, but you would also expect lower than just getting that retest. Here, you expect to come back, grab half of this candle, grab this retest, and then continue. If this was a wick, then yeah, maybe you could go up into that wick, but that drop you would expect to come down even lower.
I don't like it when candles close solid at the bottom or top like that. Well, at the top, it could look like a reversal.
Yeah, it's a bald candle.
It
That's
doesn't.
what I was saying. Like these wicks are what give you the idea that people have joined the trade, right? People joined long, people sold, people bought, people sold, people bought, people sold, people bought, people sold, people did not buy.
Well, then how did it get held up like that?
During this candle, meaning that the bullishness, I mean, the bearish, this candle closed with bearish sentiment.
So what stopped it from continuing, just people holding?
Support. This is the longest consolidation that we've had in Bitcoin history. You can expect some sort of support there. The question is it a small move up and then roll over, or is it a big wick candle at the bottom that lets you think, oh, maybe we can, maybe 78, maybe 80. But this doesn't do that. Right? This doesn't give macro traders anything to sink their teeth into, which means that they'll probably wait 1 or 2 weeks to see how this candle forms out, and then maybe if it looks strong, then there's nothing there.
If it formed 2 more short candles like that, like the one how it currently looked and it formed two more little short baby ones, how would that make you feel sentimentally?
That we were just gonna roll over. It needs to be quick. We were talking about speed earlier. There's not a lot of time. So if there's a relief rally, money needs to come in, people need to pile in, and FOMO needs to build, like that needs to go. Or else the negative sentiment's just gonna take over. We go sideways for too long, you're gonna get time-based capitulation.
I think that it's gonna roll over and do that. Yeah, I think that, well, maybe it'll go slow. I think the world is very unsure about things right now, except for the billionaires, I guess, but it's getting pretty tough.
Yeah.
70% of my paychecks go to rent.
No, it's
Like
dumb.
the next, I tried to time out my paychecks like from my job just to October to just see like, okay, am I gonna have anything to like scoop up any at the bottom, right? Responsibly. And I worked out the amount it was gonna be after taxes. And I only get to keep about 25% of it.
Sucks, man. There's only so much you can squeeze people before shit hits the fan, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it can, true. You know, we're in crypto winter, so the idea of a long, month-long, 2-month-long, 3-month-long consolidation isn't out of the question. I just see that happening somewhere in mid-50s. I see this next drop down taking us to like 56, 55, 54, somewhere around that area. And then we chop around between like 52 and 59 for a couple months. And we get that final sweep down into the 40s. It might be time to do another Have We Bottomed video.
Oh, really? People think that this is the bottom?
Yeah, that's what I'm judging it by. Like when I start to get a lot of questions about have we bottomed yet, I feel like it's time to drop another installment.
Oh. Are they new people?
Nah, it's just, you know,
Oh. Got you.
the super cycle bros went from this is just a retracement. I mean, literally from one day to another went from this is just a retracement to now every bottom being the bottom of the bear. So like now you conceded that we're in a bear market, but it bottomed already. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, come on. Like yeah, that green July. That green July is still floating around in my head.
Well, if people pile their money into the gold dip, they're not going to put it in Bitcoin at the same time.
That should happen in the in-between time. I say like maybe a month until Legacy starts to show enough weakness to scare people into gold. And then a couple month run for gold and silver and metals as they top back out. Now we get that rotation.
So that's where like the big money is hiding at right now, precious metal.
Bonds,
Oh yeah, bonds.
bonds, and then still holding equities, right? Everybody hasn't dumped off yet. They're just lightening their loads. People are just readjusting their portfolios, you know? Like selling an index doesn't mean, oh, I think it's going to go down today. Just means, well, you know, I'm only supposed to have a certain percentage of my wealth in this specific asset, and it's done so well You know, it's like when you like with Jasmine, when I bought Bitcoin, Jasmine, my Jasmine play did so well that there was a point where I had more money in Jasmine than I did in Bitcoin. I had to readjust that. Not because I don't believe in Jasmine, right? But that's just not my trading thesis. I didn't start this saying, oh, I want to have more than 50% of my, you know, of my portfolio in Jasmine. Just because it works out that way doesn't mean you have to keep that risk. Right? Take the money and put it in something else, whatever. Rebalance to where you're comfortable. If you're not, you're gonna get yourself into some serious shit. Because what'll happen is you're gonna play a barbell strategy. You're gonna go heavy Bitcoin. You're like, I'm just gonna play this meme coin with a little dog on it. It looks great. And then that shit's gonna blow up. You're gonna have like 2 to 3x what your portfolio is in your Bitcoin portfolio in that little dog meme. And then one morning you're gonna wake up and the shit's gonna be gone when it could have been turned into, you know, Bitcoin, which isn't just gonna disappear overnight. So it's just about rebalancing your risk.
I noticed that total bounce right off of 2 trillion.
Yeah, nice, strong psychological.
Green July blow off top.
Yeah, it would happen during July. That last move for Legacy, I would want to see happen in July. We looked at, hold on, let me pull it back up. We looked at global liquidity. We take everything off the chart. Right, so we're basically on timing now. Right, we dipped, we went up when we were supposed to. We also dipped. Right, so for the past, you know, quite a bit now, we've been pretty much on timing. Position wise, like directional. So right now we're looking for an uptick in global liquidity to come in around the 8th. That should last for the entire month of July. Right, so right, so that was our June drop, and now we're looking for our green July, depending on what it's going to be. We have global liquidity at our back. And if you look at legacy, right, if you look at legacy, they're already taking that uptick. Right. So this move up, I would expect to give them that blow off top, which would also help us for a green July. But then I think that's it. I think that's a wrap. I could be wrong. A lot of people have been wrong about trying to call the top of the market. It's not an easy thing to do. You can get kind of irrational when you get in the blow off top sort of territory, you know? But then I expect for gold to pick up the slack. Right? So this is gold. Gold is getting none of this right now. But as legacy tops out, then I expect most of this to just start flowing into gold. The first real drop that we have on global liquidity is going to be September 24th. We're already, all right, this is cool. Global liquidity is on a 100-day offset, right? It takes 100 days for global liquidity to filter down to our pockets to where we can actually spend it on anything. Look at where we bottom out at right now on global liquidity here on the 2nd of October. Hold on, sorry. How's that? How you like those apples? We've got plenty of time to see how it plays out. But one thing I am going to be watching very closely is to see how global liquidity reacts past this point. Still doesn't tell us what price Bitcoin's going to be at. Right? But what we want to see is global liquidity ticking up from this point. Because that lets us know when we get there that we have a viable pool of liquidity to move through. That's cool though. I just did this right now for the first time. I hadn't seen that before. So if I'm geeking out a little bit, you have to forgive me. Super chat. Oh, my bad. I read that already. Appreciate you, bro. All right, give me a second. I gotta get something to drink. Yapping. Not exactly far enough for a type 2. All right, you want to see at least 382. Doesn't mean it can't go. It just means if it goes, it's going without structure. You guys remember a little while ago, if you were here when we were trying to catch this falling knife. When we drew our target box. Right? All set targets are now to the bottom except for our psychological range. But that's basically a GG's for the entire list. And that's how we trade mean reversion. Squeeze your top off of the psychological high. %50 of this vector to the top side. Right. Chances are, if this double top doesn't hold, we're going for 50% of that vector. Large volume node above where all those transactions came in. But this, I would like to see structure to build for that. I don't like that reaction off the psych high. The tweezer top is super sketchy. All right, I'll be back. I just wanted to catch you up with what I'm thinking. I'll leave it on the 1 minute. Got to run to the corner store real quick. Anybody need anything? Speak now, forever hold your peace, because you can't have any of my shit when I get back. Nah, we won that. You hear me talk about we, the bandwagon. I appreciate that, True. All right, give me a second, y'all. I'll be back. Run this store real quick. All right, I'm going now. I was just waiting to see if that type 2 came in at the 382. If you break out, measured move is 61, takes you past that 50% of the vector. I don't know if we get past that. That might knock us down. But I'm looking to sweep the rest of this. I'll be back.
What is going on here?
I'm back, y'all. Looking good so far. Give me a second. I gotta put some stuff away.
Shazam!
Target acquired.
What's good, fam? That's exactly what I like to come home and see. All right. You know the game here. Let's see if we get a continuation or not. Two, 3, 6 hit so far. 382 would be the top of the range. If 382 holds and pulls away, then this is a true breakout out of that visible range. If it doesn't, back to point of control. Everybody good? Everybody locked in some gains by moving up stops or anything? TP a little. What's the game plan? Nice. Right, remember, we ran this up. Right, that means all of our obligations are currently to the downside. Doesn't mean you can't continue going up. It just means volume would have to prove that. Right? Anything short of volume increasing, then we're talking liquidity sweeps and mean reversion. Good shit, goes. So where that volume comes in is going to be important, right? Volume comes in at the 200. We're looking at a 382 hit, continuation. Volume comes in at a psych high. We're looking at continuation. Volume comes in at 800 EMA. Still looking at possible continuation. If we lose golden pocket, daily open, psych low hits, then we're just mean reverting, and that was the move. But if we do get a continuation and pop, like I said earlier, this could be the beginning of that July relief rally. Doesn't mean it's just going to pop and leave you. There's plenty of times to get in and out. But just having an idea for swing time frames, right? Next week, this whole next week is going to be pretty crucial. They're just the range that's set on Sunday, between Saturday and Sunday, becomes the mean, right? You know, market makers trade delta neutral. So Inside of that psych range during Saturday and Sunday is when market makers are fresh for the week, right? That's the beginning of their inventory cycle. So if they go too high from that, then they come back down to it. If they go too low from it, they come back up to it. Usually at least twice. If you're looking at it from like a daily time frame, your false move leaves the psychological range. And then your 3-day retracement brings it back into the psychological range. And then your midweek reversal sometimes brings it into the psychological range. If the midweek reversal doesn't, the Friday traps will. Mm-hmm. It's like daily open. Right? Daily open is the same sort of deal. Daily open is the start, right? So that's like everybody's at board at that point. Imagine if you had a job to trade. It didn't matter if you made money or lost money. All that mattered is that you got back to a certain part. Like all that mattered, put it this way, you're getting paid for per transaction. So you're not really focused on the profit, right? You're focused on the number of trades. And you can tell how you're doing by how close you are to where you started during the day, right? That's how you judge if you're heavy assets, if you're too heavy assets, or if you're too heavy fiat. So they'll start and then they'll come back to the daily open and then they'll come back to the daily open. Right? Except on the weekly, it's a bigger scale and it's a range, not a line. You ever provide or you ever borrow coin? You know how they have that meter where you got to keep it healthy? Like if you borrow too much, it goes too far to one side and then you got to pay a little off and then it comes back to the other side. And like the whole goal is to keep it right in the middle in that like yellow neutral area. It's like that, but like on a big scale. Pushing too far to one side creates imbalances. I gotta make sure to stop the stream before we get to 12 hours. Today was a good one. It's like if you have a store, right? It's cash and inventory. Like you can't get too balanced. What happens if your store is full of cash but there's no inventory? Right? Or if your store is full of inventory but there's no cash. Yeah. Except for market maker, their inventory is cash. Right? Their inventory is fiat and assets. Yeah, that's opportunity loss. Like holding a bag for too long, even if it's going up. Yeah, it's important to have cash on hand, but you never know what opportunities sort of knock, and then you're all tied up in inventory or something. Unless she's listening right now. If she's listening right now, she's absolutely correct, and you should do as you're told. Nice. In that case, yeah, put your foot down, bro. You tell her, listen here, little lady. Let me explain to you something about business. Then run. Or who was trying to make something happen here? Which one of y'all? Okay, she comes in the room, you'll shut up. But when she leaves, you'll be talking again. Something temporary. $45 Bitcoin, 23 Bitcoin. Yeah, see? Telling you. Nah, she's got a couple surgeries. Came in and found you on the couch with an empty box of Chips Ahoy and one sock on, looking crazy. Yeah, I got you, bro. In case she looks over your shoulder. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see there. Hmm. Tomorrow's book report day at Cypher School. We're digging into reminiscence of a stock trader. If anybody's started reading or hasn't started reading or has thought about starting to read it, we're going to be going over it tomorrow. I need to finish something. my bad. I'm putting Claude to work for a second. So measured move should bring us somewhere to the end of liquidations, 604-ish. 0.5 and golden pocket are still viable for type 2s. That's your neckline that we're breaking now, and then your measured move is right here. And it takes you to psych high. Yeah, exactly, man. Looking for participation. Also looking for other targets on the way down that are viable retracement points, like 50% of these vectors. Right? It's the market maker target chapter. What do you know? But you got that one, and then you've got this one down here is already taken. Right? I reclaim 50% of that right away. Your invalidation for your M pattern is the same as your W, right? Right on your type 2. Not a W. Okay. So far, that 50 held. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. What's going on, yo? We've had one hell of a trading day. I don't know if there's anybody still here that's been here since we had that move to the top. But we've been calling that shit perfectly today. I'm probably done trading for the day. What time is it? Yeah, I took my last trade of the day already. Yeah, well, tag, you're it, true. You take my shift. Yeah. Yeah, strategy short still running. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know what the hell this shit was earlier, but I appreciate them for the nice setup because we're still looking for a type 2 here. Right? Anywhere underneath 382 and above, golden pocket is good. But we had one hell of a to catch a fallen knife episode in both directions today. What time is it? Okay, I got to make sure we don't go over 12 hours on this one. It'll be fun to watch again. Let me fix this bearish channel here. Give me a second. Let's we invalidated that by getting back into the range. Excuse me. This range, man. Yeah. Yeah. For the most part. I'm just like, hey, let's play that walk it down game again. That was fun. I mean, let's do one of these. We won't tell nobody. Measured move should take us to the 50% of that factor that we were talking about, right underneath it. So you're right to about this SR flip. And then momentum will have to take it the rest of the way. If anybody's wondering, the measured move is right here. You know? Excuse me. You notice how the measured move or the invitation that's being drawn, the party that's being drawn gives you a measured move that takes you right to a market maker's target. When you get used to charting stuff out, you're gonna notice that happening more times than not. So where like it literally just locks on the target, and now his ability to get every target he wants is a different story. But his ability to draw a pattern that paints a road to every target he wants is pretty epic. Why are you scared to take profits though? You can always do it again. Remember, you're the same person that got into that last good trade that you're taking profits on, right? So don't be afraid of missing a big move. There's always something else moving tomorrow, and man's got to sleep. And just trust that, you know, the same brain that got you into that successful trade will work for you tomorrow again. When it'll stop working for you is when you stop sleeping and you're just grinding it out too hard, and your brain is just, at that point, you can't even trust your thoughts. You gotta stay sharp. Now we see if we get that type 2. I don't have the vectors on for a reason. I'm just trying to focus on structure right now. The hell is there a double? Okay. Let's try that again. Just because the old one is there. You forget how good cereal is sometimes. Oh, shit. All right, decent 382 hit. Yeah, I mean, we're on our second fractal already on the 1 minute. Yeah, I'll draw it out. Just being lazy. We're actually on our third fractal if you want to be accurate. This is our first W. Measured move there. Get that measured move. Then fractaled into our second W. That's the measured move that we have up on the chart. And then this 382 hit give us our third fractal. Right. Eventually your uptrend breaks with a failed type 4 retest. Right. These will fractal into infinity. Unless sell pressure, buying pressure, whether it be the book or the market maker comes in and sells one of these type 4s. And that's when you start to break down. Your SR flips or your type 4s, we'll make them like what? Like red or whatever. Right, these become the sort of like canary in the coal mine that shit's about to go left. Right, because now you're breaking down your fractals. Usually what'll happen is that price will fractal before it completely hits a measured move. Here you got the full measured move. But what you see here is usually what happens. Let me clear this up so it makes more sense. You'll get a W pattern that breaks, and before the measured move happens, you'll get a retest. Right? That retest, if it holds, ends up completing the original measured move, but giving you that right side that you need for the continuation. Right? That's the structure that you need. Right? And the reason it's structure and the reason it's important is because it becomes the foundation that the pumps are based on. Right? Without this retracing for that type 2 or that or that or that, then you don't have those levels for price to hold when it comes down. Right? It'll just, so you got to build the structure. Right? And the W's and M patterns that we trade are just the pattern in which market maker lays those bricks. That was low-key a bar. The reason that I always had sort of issues with Elliott is because after learning this, you figured that Elliott wave count is just one type of fractal. Right? Like there's a fractal that'll play out and it'll be perfect. And it'll look just like it. But there's so many others. See that type 4 didn't hold. Right? The sign that things are going left is always a type 4 breaking. I mean, I say it all the time. It's great strategy if it works for you. But if you get 5 Elliott wave traders in one room, they'll be arguing for the next hour whether we're on wave 5 or wave 3, whether it's an extension or a new count. And they'll all have super convincing arguments. Right? Nobody's wrong. It's subjective. You don't know until it's done. And you look back. I think Elliott is a great explanatory tool. You can look back on something that's already happened and explain it perfectly, right? But in real time, in practice, not so much. So we've now taken out every type 4 or every SR. We had that one, that one. So this is completely falling apart now. And it's not that it's a failed fractal. That fractaled 3 times. It's that the intended target was hit. Right? This SR here. To get right to that, like right to the wick. There, there, there. I think that most things are simple, bro. And we just tend to overcomplicate them. Like I was doing something with Claude the other day and we ran into a wall. And I was like, you know what? Let's start over. Let's just go, just forget all of this. Let's start over. Let's go to the beginning and start over. And that shit works, bro. Like sometimes you just got to go back to first principles. That's why when we started in Cypher School, I was like, look, I just need you just for while we're in here. Because there's people of all different like experience levels. Like as long, you know, while you're in here, just try to forget everything you've learned for a second.
They call that beginner's mind. It's another thing I've been studying. It's that whole saying of you can't fill a cup if it's already full. Empty it.
Yeah.
Because the ego telling yourself that you already know makes you not really pay attention. And there could be so much more to learn, but unless you go into it with a beginner's mind, you're cutting yourself off from knowledge, or just figuring out the thing you're trying to figure out, or whatever.
It's some of the defensive things that we have too. Like we'll try strategies or we get taught strategies, and then if it doesn't work, then there's a reason why it didn't work. And then the worse the strategy is, then there's a million reasons why things don't work. And then after 2 to 3 years, you've got all of these rules in your head that aren't really real. It's just that you were trading a strategy that needed a bunch of, you know what I mean? Like you kept coping for the fact that the strategy you were using wasn't working. But in that coping, you've developed an idea of the market, a vision of the market that's not accurate.
Right, so it's pretty much a bunch of pigeon superstition.
Yeah. And then when you
Yep.
do get a good strategy, like then if you don't unlearn that shit, when you do get a good strategy, you're still running on that sort of operating system.
Makes sense because you'd be holding yourself back
Mhm.
from the actual strategy with all these other old systems and rules.
It's like taking old shit into a new relationship.
Yeah, that always works.
Yeah. Easier said than done, though.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you don't even realize that you're doing half of the things.
Hmm. Honestly, you don't realize that you're doing any of them. If you do something and you realize you're doing it and you still do it, that's not past trauma. You're just a dick, you know?
Right.
But when
That's
you
the same
don't,
with my coaching, though.
yeah, you just, that's a different thing. But yeah, it's whenever you're doing certain things, and you're like, oh shit, is that why I do that? Okay.
My assistant, I was saying something about how thoughts should it matters the thoughts that are inside. You can't just be one way on the outside and then be another way on the inside in that school. She told me, "Oh, I work on that all the time. I was really surprised. I was proud of her that she works, just as hard on who she is on the inside as she does on the outside. I think
It's
that's
not common.
important. What's that?
I said it's not common.
No, it's not. That's why I was so surprised. But the people who do it are good people, you know?
Usually people that have been through some shit and they're like, okay, I need to figure out why this shit keeps happening to me. You know what I mean? Or
I
people
know.
who have the luxury to sit and actually do some shadow work. You know what I mean? Like, you're not working 14 hours a day and then running after 7 kids and then dealing with a husband and then waking up to do, not a lot of time to contemplate shit.
Right? Although you can contemplate in the chaos. Sometimes there is. I know somebody who, or used to know somebody, they used to work for me, and I have never met somebody who is so good at blowing up their own life. They could just not let anything good happen without completely, and I'm talking about like the cartoon world blowing things up. Jail, just as crazy as you could think of messing something up.
I
don't
feel
even
like
know
I
how they
know
did
this
it.
person very well.
I think
There's
everybody
always
knows.
one. Yeah, I think everybody has a friend that's just like, damn, bro, you just can't, no matter what you do, you just can't take it. You can't get a W, bro. Like, I don't know,
Yeah,
karma.
like they
Sometimes
do it
maybe
to
it's like, is it like
themselves.
past karma or something? Or yeah, because you don't see
It
your own.
that's
Yeah,
how
you don't see your own shit. You're just not self-aware.
yeah, like if you don't pay the bills, you're gonna get kicked out of your apartment. Things like that. It didn't happen to you. You didn't do what you needed to do, you know? But I mean, I think everybody learns their lessons in their own way. I don't know, but that's true. I would like to think that was true. But beginner's mind. Beginner's mind helps.
Yeah, you just gotta stay curious. I've seen that. I think of everything, well, except for like leverage, probably. But out of everything that I've seen people do when they come in, that's probably one of the biggest mistakes that I see. They they go from not knowing to then finding something that works, and then that's it. Like they're locked into that thing, and then like the curiosity stops. You know what I mean? Like they feel like there's nothing left to learn.
Yeah. I
You know
mean,
when it really happens is during the bull market. You teach somebody a
yes.
simple strategy during the bull market and they're making all this money. And then 2 months later, you can't even give your opinion on their trade. They're like, peasant. How dare you give your opinion on my trade? Like, you know what,
Right.
bro? You got it. My bad
They
game.
start coming down to you.
Uh-huh. You got it, bro. You got it all figured out. I'm just go sit in the corner.
Yeah, that happens. Still happens even in the bear market. Seen it.
When did we hit? I turned my eyes and excuse me. I didn't notice we had hit our target. I tell you, I found the Zeusy. I was looking for the Zeusy sound. The funniest shit is me trying to find that song, a sound clip of that song without having any idea what the name of the song was.
I don't even know how you would go about that.
I literally wrote, "What's that French song that goes da 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 da?" And I wrote it out, da 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 da, and then just prayed it would work and hit search.
That's funny. Looking at the I was looking at the type 2 on the
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if it was going to play out, but
Well, we just
I'm
so
just like bearish lately.
what we just did on the way up, right? If you flip the chart, and I know you know this, but it's the same thing on the way up, on the way down. Right? We've already fractaled 3 M's. 1 M, 2, 3. Wait, hold on. My eyes might be deceiving me. Yeah, we didn't hit 382 on that. But whatever, you get the point. Actually, there's a lower measured move here because of that. We already hit it already, but I just want to be accurate and make sure that we got all of them. No, we haven't hit it yet. Golden pocket. So the first M that was on the screen, just so you guys understand what I just did. The first M that was on the screen was this one. Right? Price broke, came back up. We didn't invalidate. Right? You see that M invalidation line, how we missed it? And then it played out. But that dip gave us another center, right? Which was the beginning of a fractal into a larger M. This M is that measured move right here that hasn't completely played out yet, golden pocket.
If you do a fib from the top of that to the dip right before we are right now,
Mm-hmm.
that's also I hit the 382.
Mm-hmm.
So that's even a bigger Wait, I don't know if that counts.
This right here?
Okay. Yeah, if you take it from the top.
That's a 382 hit. Yeah, that's what we look for, at least 382.
Yeah, it's exactly 382. Just on my chart it is. To there.
Well, that's no wait, because I think that's the one that I just looked at and was like, hold on.
I don't know, on my chart it was exactly.
Where's hold on.
Maybe I missed the wick or something.
The wick is right here.
My chart scrunched up a little bit.
Like, and then this wick is right there. Yeah, it missed it by a little bit. I mean, we're talking $12 or some shit.
Yeah, I think I didn't measure the wick at the top because the chart scrunched up, so I didn't see it. Is there such a thing as close enough?
Yeah, in the spirit of Bukowski
spirit of.
talks about patterns that are in the spirit of other patterns. Right? It might not be a perfect head and shoulders, but it's in the spirit of the head and shoulders.
Oh, he talks about that?
Yeah.
'Cause I see that all the time.
Mm.
I always think, it's like it isn't it, but it's like it, and it plays out like it. So
Yeah, I mean, you can count because the
Pretty
same psychology that builds the traditional pattern is there, right? The bearishness that builds the that builds the head and shoulders builds a head and shoulders that's not perfect. It's just not, it's not perfect enough to be able to count on the measured moves, but you can count on it being bearish still, right? Like it's still a bearish sign. But the good thing is that when you operate in M's and W's, you don't really have to worry about that. The closest you're going to get to worrying about it is what we're looking at right now. It didn't exactly hit the 382, but it's in the spirit of an M pattern.
right. I love the W's and M's. And I mean, a lot of times it is like cup and handle or head and shoulders,
Yeah.
all those other things. But it also is, and it's just easier to look at the M's and the W's.
It's the building blocks. Like I said, it's like the M's and W's are what builds up. M's, W's, and flags are what build up all other patterns, right? It's like the atoms that build up the matter, or the Lego blocks that make up the Lego piece.
I'll fit into place.
With M's, W's, and flags, I can build you any pattern.
I believe it. Flags. I'm not as good at seeing flags. Sometimes I don't see it until you draw it out. And then
I will admit that my OCD helps with that. Like I literally have pattern classification for OCD, mild OCD with a pattern recognition, or what do they call it? Repetitive pattern, some shit or not. I don't know how to.
Well, you've been diagnosed with something that's very helpful for trading.
Yeah. I've in the later stages, I've realized that. Yeah. And there's no like medication for that type of shit. It's just how your brain works. It's not like I have to see 3 bear flags before I can walk through a doorway. It's not like one of the really bad OCDs that just like is it slows your life down or is an annoyance, daily annoyance. It's more like whenever somebody be like, "Hey, doesn't that cloud look like a dog?" I'd yep, it's definitely a dog. Like the patterns just pop out at me. Those visual things where it's like a bunch of fuzz and they're like blur your eyes and look at the middle and the thing will appear. It's always appear. I don't have to do anything. I just look at it and it's there.
See, that is something I do not have. I really struggle with that.
Some people
First time,
can't do those at all. Yeah, some people can't do them.
I had to squint so hard to see the first one. It was like I was breaking my brain. I was just stretching my brain, just trying to see it. But eventually, finally, I saw one. I still struggle with it. But I do have the pattern recognition and spatial awareness, which spatial awareness isn't just like knowing where you are in a room. It's more complex than that.
Yeah.
I scored really high on that, but I don't know where.
Man, good night, brother. I wonder if there are tests there should be tests you can take for that. That'd be cool to see how you score without having to go to like a damn therapist to take a pattern recognition test.
I'm sure, like online, I used to take tests all the time. I used to think it was really fun. And the pattern recognition, I think you'd like it. if you have spare time,
I'll do it. It'd be fun.
look up IQ tests because most of them go into pattern recognition and some of them get really difficult. It's fun.
Nah, those Rorschach tests, Jacker, is like, give me a pen and a paper, bro. How long do you want the list to be?
But it's not just being able to recognize, like seeing a pattern in something. They actually want you to see figure out the concrete patterns and like series of thoughts and all sorts of different things. I just know you'd like it.
Nah, it'd be cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah, pretty much the best IQ tests have the most difficult patterns. I think the Mensa test is pretty fun. You'd like that. You can do that online. That one has really difficult patterns.
It's not a memory thing either because I don't have really, I have decent memory. Like my memory doesn't suck, but it's not anything extra or special at all. Actually, probably on the poor side when I think about it.
There has to be a bit of a memory thing in there
I don't
for the
know.
recognition.
It might, maybe it's something subconscious. I don't know. But I know that if I don't like, I have a really hard time putting things to memory that I don't find interesting.
Yeah, it's almost impossible.
Mm-hmm. It's not good. You should be able to do that. Like I used to remember people's phone numbers that I didn't even like, and now it's like it's one of the first signs that I don't mess with you anymore when I start forgetting your phone number.
Tell people what's their face all the time. Not to their face when I'm talking about it. Instead of saying their name, I'll just say what's their face. But there's so much going on now in the world. There was a time where remembering phone numbers, there wasn't that much to remember. That much going on, and now we're just bombarded every second with information.
Like I'm not even old, and I can remember having to remember phone numbers. Like before, you had a phone that just had every phone. Like we literally had people's numbers memorized. There was probably a time where I had like a good 25, 30 phone numbers memorized and categorized in my brain. I can't even imagine trying to do that shit right now. Really think, I think we have a certain amount of bandwidth. Like, I think that every time we learn something new, once you get full, every time you learn something new, something's got to go. Like deleting a picture on your phone to be able to save another one. Except we don't get to pick which one goes.
Right. So when I'm researching things like when I was researching all the supplements that I wanted to take, I thoroughly researched them, each one. And I had a very distinct idea that, yes, I definitely need to take this and this is why. And I knew I would forget. So I just trust myself. When I know that I've researched something, I just trust myself that I have made a definitive decision and to stick with it rather than try to remember everything because there's too much information. Trying to remember like 40 plus supplements, and all that, every little thing they do.
Yeah.
Just remember it's good for me.
Guav, what are you in jail, bro? Free Guav. He said, I don't create contacts in my iPhone. I remember all callers by number. You, sir, are in the penitentiary. I'm just kidding. That's amazing. Now, no, some people's numbers are just saved. They don't even have a name written for that. They're just like in there. Like I know, But yeah, I know what you mean. Bro, AI organized my email. I'm still amazed by that. Out of everything that I've done with AI, everything that I've seen AI do, taking those 9,999 emails, categorizing them, and deleting and Like literally, when I open up my email, the only emails in there are the ones that came in overnight. Insane. Never in my life. I even know it's possible to make folders in your email account. And then I started thinking, damn, is this what organized people are like? Nah, that's when you got to put like girl in the red dress, dude with the funny nose. What's his name from the store? You know, like shit like that. Gotta get to sleep early tonight. We got class tomorrow. Crazy that it's already Thursday.
Target locked.
Oh, market maker's locking in. How does this camera angle keep changing like that? Ma works. They're like, oh, he just calls every girl Ma because he's from New York. Like, yeah, that's why. That's why. Let's go with that. Average duration for today's stream has been 41 minutes and 34 seconds. That's pretty good, man. I'll have been locked in. Take a little glance at the news. This is the Cypher News Daily Room in the Discord. If you guys aren't taking advantage of it in the Discord, you should. Wow, that's crazy. RWA overtakes DeFi as top 3 founder sector. They you see the ones that post, there's some that post with no embed. So they're allowed to post stories if they find them that meet a certain criteria without me having to okay it, but they have to meet every criteria. And those are the ones that you see that post that don't have an embed. So I hadn't seen that yet. That's interesting, which is exactly what I wanted, for them to catch things that I didn't see. What's interesting about that is that I think DeFi is going to have a push with all of this Mika shit. So there could be some back and forth. But I mean, you're talking about tokenized Wall Street, you know what I mean? Like, $20 stocks in the S&P plunged in the most. That plunged the most in 2026's first half. It's just being held afloat by like 3-4 different stocks, bro. All right. No, I've seen all of these already. That target's about to hit. Oh, shit. Another story they posted without me. MetaMask unveils all-in-one money account, offering users up to 4% APY on MUSD holdings. MetaMask has dropped a serious product that bridges retail crypto users directly into yield-bearing stablecoin accounts with card spending built in. 4% APY in USD holdings, plus the ability to actually spend your stablecoins like a debit card. Put it in the bank. OUSD's been making OpenUSD's been making a splash too. You see how these stable coins are gonna get around those yield laws, right? You can already see it. Oh no, I can't give you yield, but I'm gonna pay you a dividend from my reserve revenue. I don't know. They're gonna have to tighten up in the rest of the world and make up for that market share loss. But that's a big hit. OKX has an AI marketplace for autonomous agents. AI agents are gonna be, in my opinion, like the next bull market's memes. Circle share sinks 16% after OUSD revealed. I think it's a buying opportunity. Somebody asked me on the day what I thought about OUSD's effects on Circle, but Circle, in my opinion, has like I said, that EU market is going to open wide up, and Circle through Coinbase is, Coinbase is good. They're regulated over there. They're sending people to Coinbase. They've got such a circular economy, no pun intended, between Circle, USDC, and Coinbase. See, look, you can tell when it lists without a picture that it wasn't me. Bitcoin just 5K away from best investment opportunity. Try 15. Trump killed it. 1.2 billion crypto related earnings since he became president. I don't think that's all of it either. There's another 3.4 billion that's supposed to be for the families, but I think that's all tax purposes, including 50 million direct in Bitcoin. And he just got the power to fire the only two people that could screw anything up before he leaves, the SEC commissioner and the CFTC. I'm sure one thing has nothing to do with the other, right? I mean, the timeline is Supreme Court gives him the right to fire the SEC and the CFTC, the two organizations that have any control over crypto at all. Then the next day he exposes that he made 1.8 billion. I'm sure it's probably just a coincidence, the order in which that happened. Or is it? You will never know. All right. We're at Golden Pocket. Let me see some volume and some whale buys. There go the whale buys. All of this shit, and maybe it's just the Bitcoin maxi part of me talking, but all of this shit from the Iran war to the sanctions to Iran's money being blocked to the whole petrodollar thing to the stable coin shit to now stable coins being banned in one place or the other to MiCA regulations. Like, that's the best Bitcoin commercial you could ever ask for. Like, literally every single one of those things shows why Bitcoin's important. Then people are like, yeah, but I'm not a criminal. You know, nobody's ever going to want to freeze my stables or keep me from using my money. Okay. And there's tons of people in the EU that aren't criminals right now. And yeah, they only took away one or a handful. But that can be done again and again and again, you know? The line that was crossed here that wasn't crossed before any time by regulators is the criminal one. Right? Making it a criminal offense. For some people, that's the line. Like, whether it makes sense or not, you know what I mean? Like, for some people, legal, illegal is the deciding line. So just making something a criminal offense, like, well, there goes that. You know? Like, in other words, if they made it illegal to transact in Bitcoin, like if the government just came out and said it's illegal to buy Bitcoin, hold Bitcoin, store Bitcoin, sell Bitcoin to anybody. For some people, that'd be it, right? That'd be the end of Bitcoin. Even if it wasn't enforceable, even if, you know what I mean? It just, weed is a good example. My aunt used to give me such a hard time about smoking my whole life. The second it became legal, 1000% okay with it. All her issues went away. All, you know what I mean? It's like, is this, you know, this is the same thing that you used to like you wouldn't let me sleep over with my cousins because I smoked. And now you're baking weed brownies in grandma's kitchen. Follow the laws, by the way. I'm not advocating in law breaking. I'm just saying. Appreciate that, Shy. Not bad. I didn't see that message before. Let's get off some of these lower time frames. So I said I appreciate how valuable your content is that you share with us, and more importantly, that you're not trying to sell us bullshit like everyone else out there. That's true. I am trying to sell you hoodies though. Speaking of, nah, I'm just fucking. This shit is so comfortable though. I'll look at hype for you. Just how to break a structure. You just broke your uptrend for the first time, but let's get off of this. I need to come back to lower time frames. So this is that SR flip we were looking at. Your M pattern is still valid. Right, your invalidation was up here. So you retested your break. And you got a slow breaking W that's failing at this point, right? You're looking at a bear channel. So you do have a lower measured move here. But I see what you're saying, right? They tried to push over that SR flip but couldn't hold it. And now you're trying to hold the bottom of the range. What time is it? That might be the support that you're seeing there, that 200 EMA. You short? Oh, you're long. Oh, okay. Yeah, be careful. Your overall macro pattern here is down. You're currently in uptrend, right? On the 1 hour. But on lower time frames, you're starting to threaten that. To me, the bears have the upside here. If I was long, what I'd be watching really carefully is this type 2. Right? Price broke out, but then it didn't hold. Oh, excuse me. Price broke out, but it didn't hold above the breakout. And so it didn't hold that type 4 entry that then would have pushed you up. You're now threatening to invalidate this structure. If you can hold, right? If you can hold your uptrend here on top of the range, then your measured move takes you far enough to invalidate that M pattern. And then you would have gotten in on a long that might turn into something nice, right? Because this bearishness, this measured move disappears. Both of these do, right? Because you would invalidate the bear flag and you would invalidate the M pattern. But honestly, it doesn't look great. I'd be stressed out if I was long here. Small time frames, you're good. You're probably good all the way up to the SR again. But I don't know where your entry is. Super chat. What's going on, Evie? Damn, Bera. I haven't heard Bera since we were all grinding that airdrop back in the day. Yoel, what's good, bro? I hate this chart though. Hold on. Damn, that's not any better. What's got some volume? Firefly, what's going on, bro? Tracking, maybe? Come on, guys. It's the USDT pair, isn't it? That's what the issue is here. What are you trading this? EV, what are you trading Bera on? OKX? MEXC. Okay. USDC pair? There we go. That's better at least. Still ugly, but well, you're on your way up to your psychological range. You do have a bearish flag here. Yeah. That's where I'd be looking. Rejection up into that range. But be careful though, right? Because if it breaks, this is a setup. You won't truly be out of hot water on a short here until you come back down underneath that range. That point, your short's gonna print. The question is, where does it stop at? You know. But there's been plenty of price action there. I'd be surprised if it popped. But just know it could come all the way up, right? So be careful. It could come all the way up to like 217. There's a 50. Yeah, I was about to say there's a 50 EMA here somewhere. Trying to find a good EMA for you. I wouldn't count on the 200 on the 2 hour because we already missed that once. Yeah, I mean, there aren't any really good mean reversion targets left between here and that SR flip. So that's going to be the spot to look for a reaction at. And you're curling. Don't you love red candles that go up? I love that. Bro, everybody that he made rich came out of the woodwork for that coin. Yeah, that'd be ugly. We'll see how it we would have to come all the way down to 595 for that. Right now you're still in W territory, right? Look at our volume. Volume's picking up. So don't write. I remember how I told you I feel about June. Don't write the idea of this W off yet. And that SR flip is sort of what we've been looking at. And that would take you there. So now what we do is come down to this possible type 2. Zoom in as much as possible. We follow our fractal from here. Fibs up. Anywhere from this point forward is a viable type 2. Oh, that's big news if they have a token unlocked. Because I know people that hold Barrel, and they are not people who hesitate to take profits. Well, that's where we were today, right? Trying to figure out on the long term, so we can zoom out for a minute here. Trying to figure out on the long term, was this the type 2 that we needed for a W that could take us up into our green July, right? We know we get June macro lows. That's always been a thing for the past 3 bull markets. I mean, bear markets, that we get a macro low in June, right? We're basically in the first couple days of July and we're trying to figure out, all right, are we going to build structure, right? And repeat that. That's 1. 2, if we do, how high does it go? How high of a July do we get, right? How much of a green candle? Right now, this is our green candle. 3, when we find out how high, then we need to do the math to see how low we go. Just to take our last example, from July's highs, after the relief rally in July, from July's highs to the lows, we dropped 37%. Again, this isn't supposed to be an exact science. This is meant to let us know if the numbers that we're thinking about are irrational or not, right? Do they have historical precedence or not? Let's say July goes all the way up to 70. Let's say we reject off of 70 for the month. Then that puts our Bitcoin bottom at 43. Historically. Right where our old bottoms were. This is 2022 bull market. Right where the bottoms were before that. This is 2018 bull market. And this is my target zone. So let's say it doesn't go to 70. Right? Let's go crazy with it. Let's say that shit goes to 75. You're still looking at 46, which is my base case. Right? Let's go. Let's just get stupid and say that this relief rally takes us to 80. And that still drops us to 50, 51. 52 is my bull case. Right? Now let's stop being bullish for a second. And let's say that this only takes us to 65. And that drops us down to 41. So this is not a strong type 2 here. Basically just double bottomed off this small range. Yeah, that's why I'm looking at a green July. Like I said, historically, we get that macro bottom in June. I wouldn't expect it to just keep dropping now. That's why I was trying to temper some of the bearish sentiment because, yeah, we don't tend to really go in a straight line like that. Not around this time of the year. We'll see. We're already, in my opinion, going to get a muted June because the average, the historical average, is between 35 and 40%. That would be a crazy move. All right, we blew out our fib. You see us sitting on that high volume node. That next gap takes us to 598. The idea of this W for me is invalidated at golden pocket. Right, which means if we lose this level, then that idea for that W is gone. Okay. Yeah, we went over Sailor. Unpopular opinion. I think he's doing the right thing. If I was his shareholder, I would feel completely different about like in other words, people being upset and worried about him selling. Like if you were a shareholder, you wouldn't feel that way, right? You would feel like he was doing the responsible thing, doing whatever he had to do. Even selling Bitcoin that he would hates to do, he's doing the responsible thing to pay what he needs to pay. But even for Bitcoin people, like look at how much he sold, y'all. Like he's always gonna buy more than he sells. Always. So like people are just bugging out. Now we can talk about if he sells at the right times and does he, make good TP? Like, no, obviously not. He doesn't. He sells at horrible times. But I think the thing is that since he's OTC and he's not getting slippage, I think that he just justifies it that way. But you could also do it OTC at the proper time and then whatever. The trader in me just hates the way he buys and sells. So, like, I wouldn't even tell a surfer to buy and sell like that. Like, even if you are thinking long term, you could still be cleaner than that. All right, so if I wanted, I could make Claude type in the YouTube chat, right? I also send Claude places to learn things, like to learn concepts. So putting those two things together, eventually, if we haven't already, we will be talking to somebody in the chat that's a bot. And not like a bot, like a shill bot, but like a bot, like somebody's bot that's coming to figure something out, right? Coming to learn or coming to figure out a strategy or whatever. Which I think is pretty dope. Are there any autonomous agents currently in the chat? Just curiosity. Exactly what a bot would say. Type 2 looks good here.
How far do you think Bitcoin has as far as like short term here on this move, like till it hits resistance?
I don't know, bro. Excuse me. It depends on if we can actually build this out. Getting above 60 and holding is important. So we're above 60 now. So holding is the important part, which means building structure. If you can fractal out a couple W's here and build some structure so that if price falls, you don't fall straight through 60 again, then the chances of you continuing up are bigger. 65 is probably what I would be looking at. But as far as for the total, for July's total, I don't know. So we were just talking about earlier. But I do expect a green month. I've been saying that. If we just rip through liquidations here and don't build some sort of structure, we're going to give it all back.
What type of structure are you looking for? Can I get a swivel?
Just our regular, just building out, bro. Coming down, building, holding support, building W's. Climbing out on something beside just a straight green candle, you know? Until then,
Yeah,
we will build this shit one fib at a time. One
Like
fib
the
at a
other day.
time.
Like they did the other morning, up to like 61,000 something.
You know? Retest of the 50 EMA would bring us between 0.5 and golden pocket. That's decent for a type 2. We got time, man. We got to let some of this nastiness unwind. I'm glad it's not the bull market right now because there's too much hanging overhead. These 3 months are exactly what we need to get some of the fear out of the market, to get some of the uncertainty out. A couple of more FOMC meetings. It'll be a good thing. You don't want to take the cake out of the oven too soon. Yeah, that's just been moving, bro. Keeping stops safe and moving them into profits. You know the game. That shit has no rhyme or reason to it right now. Yeah, exactly, bro. Just get all of that shit out. And bear markets are, I mean, bull markets are fun, but they're even more fun when you buy the low. Because then you just have 3 years of, you know. That's amazing, bro. More Bitcoin at the bottom. Alts are gonna have a decent month if July pans out the way I think it's going to. I gotta go back to the eye doctor this week, man. Wait till I can actually see the chart, y'all. So my vision is back to like 100%. Well, nobody's talking about Dom because nobody knows what to do with it. Not having an alt season meant that we never got a Dom reset. So without a Dom reset, all the old things that we used to watch, like when we used to watch Dom, all the old rules that we used to have, they're gone, bro. Like, look at this. Hold on. Don't ask me what the hell I was doing here. I really have no idea. But so this is where we've bottomed, right? During alt seasons. This is the bottom of alt season. That gives you the reset, right? The fact that we went so high and didn't come down meant that we would need a mega alt season to get back to these levels. Right? So if we had an alt season and Dom was coming down like this, then you would see Dom videos all over YouTube, right? And everybody would be saying the same thing. Oh, we're almost there, right? When we get to that uptrend, that'll be the bottom for Dom in the beginning of the bull market. What they didn't take into consideration is that we've got a whole bunch of people that have no intention on selling Bitcoin. We've never had that before. All of these Bitcoin treasury companies, even the ETFs, right? The ETFs that are settling in cash, everybody sold a bunch of Bitcoin. That doesn't mean that the ETF did. Not all of them. Right? So you've got a bunch of holders that you never had. And then not only that, but since you didn't have an alt season, right? Since alts didn't outperform, then money never left Bitcoin to go into the alts. People got it backwards, right? People think that when dominance pops, that makes alts go. That's not how it works. When alts pop, that makes dominance drop. Right? Dominance isn't up here. I mean, we didn't skip the alt season because dominance is up here. Dominance is up here because we never had the alt season. So now the question is, going forward, what kind of TA can be done? Right? Because the way that we always traded this before was as an oscillator, not as a chart. In the beginning, obviously 100% Bitcoin because that's the only thing that existed. Right? Then we started bringing in alts, whatever. Eventually, we got to the point where we considered this to be, like I said, an oscillator. Right? Where it's basically like your RSI. You know, during the bull markets, Bitcoin gets all the attention. During the alt season, then it goes down and it goes up, then it goes down, then it goes up. We just started to do that forever. What we didn't anticipate is one, a bunch of people coming in that have no intention to sell Bitcoin. And two, never having the alt season that pulls the dominance out of it. So there's not really a lot to tell. I mean, There's a couple of things that are going to make it even less useful in the future. We're at a $2 trillion market cap, right? Out of those $2 trillion, $5.85 of every $10 is in Bitcoin, right? But there's $13 trillion in including stable coins, right? Including stable coins, $5.85 out of every $10 in crypto is sitting in Bitcoin. There's $13 trillion in stables coming into the market over the next couple cycles. What the hell does that do to dominance? You know what I mean? So I think that what ends up happening is something similar to what we're looking at here already. When that starts to come in, you're going to see dominance start to fall, even though you've got holders that are holding. Doesn't matter. They don't have to sell. If only $2 trillion come in, then you've doubled the market cap. Then this would automatically go to 25%. So eventually you're going to see dominance do that. And then it's just going to be an example of a chart that used to mean something, right? Unless we come out with a dominance minus stables. That's the only thing that would make sense. We've got to remove stables from the equation. And then we can have an actual Bitcoin dominance chart, you know? Stablecoin dominance is going to be exactly the same thing. We used to be able to watch USDT dominance and make decisions. That's not going to be a thing anymore because you're going to get trillions of dollars coming into stable coins that aren't meant to buy crypto. They're going to be meant to buy couches and TVs and cars. So there's going to be a couple of charts that what I would love, and the only thing that we can use that is going to make sense, and I don't even know if there's a way to get this chart, but we would need a total amount of stables in crypto wallets, right? Which means that we would have to have a difference between a crypto wallet and a regular wallet, right? Like a wallet that's used to buy groceries and TVs and shit versus a wallet that's connected to an exchange. Then we could still use it, right? Then we could have a USDT stablecoin, a USDT exchange wallet stablecoin dominance chart, basically. If it's going to do something, it better do it now because there's a whole lot of nothing on this chart. Like, look, let's just pick a random moment. Like, look at this area of the chart right here. Right? Look at how much price action there is in this. Right? You found a lot of people who wanted to trade sold between 132 and 177. Look at this. That is not good. Right? That's a part in the chart where Sol has never traded. Right? Like literally the only time it's traded through this area has been parabolic moves up or down. Only thing that gives me pause on Sol is that it does have high front run potential because of the ETFs, you know what I mean? There is motivation for big money to step in early, but the chart just looks so good for lower numbers. I mean, you don't have to be a Wall Street quant to you don't have to be a quant to come in and just look at the chart and be like, you know? And that's not even real support. Like those are wicks. Your first real support is this SR flip, right? Your first actual confirmed support, multiple, you know, over multiple time frames, over multiple days. And that's at 25. So, yeah. You guys saw how I drew it out before. This is how I'm playing it. Anything from where we at? Anything from 37 to 24-ish to that support. Is automatic buy for me. Automatic buy on a daily DCA. Anything above is going to be a DCA on red day status. That's how I'm looking at it. Right, once we come down underneath 50, I'm DCAing every red day. We come down underneath 38, then I'm going to unleash the Kraken. That's what it looks like off log. So for right now, depending on July, like I said, we could get some moves here. There's a really strong SR flip all the way from the last bull market that we're about to cross. Right. And if we have a strong July, right, then I can see us coming up to this next SR. Right. Possibly even higher, but this is a stretch. This would be like my ceiling. That's, like I said, a stretch. That's everything goes right. Makes sense? I can't tell you how many times I've drawn this chart and I just get too lazy to look for it, so I just redraw it again. I'm going to find the same chart on like 12 different layouts. As far as current measured moves, we're just retesting the break of that bear flag. Right? So with no bullish potential at all, just off of mean reversion and price action, you could see a retest, which is why those lines make sense. You see? If it was to reject off of here, it'd be rejecting off the SR flip. If it came up to the second big SR flip, it would also be the retest of that flag. That flag has a measured move. My DCA zone. The squiggle draws itself. Whoever just asked me in my DMs right now if I take calls, I'd be willing to. Somebody asked me earlier about that, about scheduling calls. I'd be willing to, but honestly, you'd have to give me time to set that up. I would have to figure out how I would go about that schedule wise. And then I guess I could set up like a Google Meet page and whatever. So if anybody wants, they could schedule calls. I have to figure out how I'm gonna do it though, because there has to be a limit to it. Not that I don't mind, obviously, and like, you know, whatever. We'll make it make sense somehow. But it just can't be the sort of thing where I'm on 30 calls all day. So there has to be like a limit per day or something. I'll figure it out. I appreciate you though. It's a good idea. God, this chart is so ugly right now. We gotta clean. We gotta do some cleaning. This is what happens when you spend all day on the 15-second 1 minute charts. All right, let me reset the stream, y'all. I caught it just in time too. Let me reset the stream, and then we'll be back with a fresh stream. Hit that like, hit that sub, that bell notification, all that good stuff. Catch you on the other side.